improvement in that front because we did not identify any material findings on the audit of predetermined objectives. In the previous year, we had material findings, and the conclusion was a qualification in the management report. However, in the current year, we seen an improvement, and that improvement, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, can only be attributed to the fact that management was diligent in terms of reviewing the source information supporting the reported performance information. Then there was a reconciliation that was performed between what was reported in the annual performance report and what was a source data, being the actual information that supports what is sitting in the annual performance report. Therefore, we commend the department for this improvement. In terms of compliance with legislation, you can see, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that compliance related to annual financial statement, expenditure management, revenue management, procurement and contract management, and consequence management, we've been consistently reporting on those for the past 3 years. Therefore, there is a kind of a stagnation when it comes to those specific. But it should also be noted that under procurement and contract management, there has been one material finding that has been identified in the current year as compared to such revenue. In terms of procurement and contract management, we're highlighting issues around local content compliance. In consequence management, it's all about investigations of unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as disciplinary actions against individuals who permitted irregular expenditure which were not implemented. We've seen improvement in the strategic planning and performance management, which is also linked to the improvement of audit on predetermined objectives. We did not find any issues in as far as utilization of conditional grants, transfer of grants, as well as asset management. In a nutshell, Chair, that was a summary of the audit outcomes of the department. We will then move to the next slide, Zime, which deals with financial health of the department. Slide number or overall message. Thank you, Zime. I think can you go back to the overall message, Zime? I think I've touched base on the overall message, honorable members and honorable chair and honorable members, in terms of what might have led to the qualification and what might have resulted to the improvements in the predetermined objective when I was presenting the summary of the audit outcomes. However, what I did not touch on was point number 2, where again we are urging the leadership as well as the senior management to improve their oversight of action plan, monitoring and internal control enforcement to achieve credible and reliable reporting of financial and compliance with key SM legislation. Can move on, Nazime, to slide number 10. Slide number 10, Honorable Chair, is just an assessment of the financial health of the department. We do mention that we did not identify any significant issues that might result to a department not continuing as a going concern in the future. But however, there is a concern that we are raising in as far as the collection of the fees, collection of debtors relating to the traffic fines, traffic infringement. We have calculated the average days that it takes the department to collect being 192 days to collect the traffic fine. So this is the area that we are saying it needs attention. And also it links back to the qualification where we identified in terms of accrued dependent revenue, and also it links to the non-compliance that we identified in terms of Section 38, subsection 1C, Roman figure 1 of the Pfma, where we highlight that effective steps were not taken to recover monies due to the department. We then move to slide number 11. Slide number 11 is a summary of procurement and contract management findings that we have identified. I've already highlighted in my summary earlier. It's just to say in this slide, Honorable Chair, that there were findings that we identified under deviations. However, they did not result to material findings in the audit report. There were also findings that were identified in the competitive bidding process, but they did not result to material findings to be reported in the audit report. And also in terms of quotation, we identified similar findings. Contract management, we identified similar findings. However, under local production and content, we have identified findings that resulted to material findings. So that's the only area that we have identified material findings, which this slide again shows a slight improvement but there are still findings that we have identified in other areas as well. We have highlighting the impact where we are saying that if the department's ability to implement proper procurement process could affect the cost effectiveness of the services or goods being procured by the department. Moving to slide number 12, the slide number 12 to slide 14, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is just an extract of the audit report, specifically zoomed on the non-compliance paragraphs that are included in the audit report. So paragraph 12 deals with, in the main, the first non-compliance relating to financial statement. Zime, can we go back to slide number 12? Thank you. Slide number 12, yes, thank you very much. Quality of the financial statement, where we link it to the qualification. We're saying that the department did not comply with section 40, subsection 1D of the PFMA in terms of producing quality financial statement. Again, under revenue, as I alluded earlier, we're highlighting that appropriate processes were not implemented to provide for the recording and reconciliation of information about revenue as required by Treasury Regulation 7.2.1. Again, under revenue management, effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all monies due as required by section 38(1)(c) Roman figure 1 of the PFMA. Moving to the next slide, deals with expenditure management. The non-compliance relates to the prevention of irregular expenditure. Procurement and contract management relates to compliance with local content and production, as I alluded. We'll then move to slide number 14, which is consequence management. Consequence management, we have 4 paragraphs, one dealing with investigation of unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which was not conducted. The second, non-compliance, deals with disciplinary steps not being taken against officials who permitted irregular expenditure. The third, non-compliance, where we highlight that confirmed cases of improper conduct in supply chain management that constituted a crime were not reported to South African Police Services. And the last one, we say some allegation of theft, extortion, uttering of forgery, which exceeded 100,000, were not reported to South African Police Services. Honorable Chair and honorable members, all of these non-compliance paragraphs, as you can see them, they are yellow in color, which denotes that they were also reported in the previous year. They are reported once again in the current year. I will then move to the irregular expenditure section, which is slide number 15. Under irregular expenditure, honorable Chair and honorable members, we highlight the annual irregular expenditure incurred by the department. As you can see in our graph, there is kind of a slight decrease in the irregular expenditure incurred by the department over years. As in the current year, the department incurred only 3.2 billion of irregular expenditure as compared to 4.3 billion in the last year, which represents around about 43% reduction in the irregular expenditure. Also, Honorable Chair, it is worth to note that the majority of the irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance with SAM regulations. 22 million of the irregular expenditure incurred in the current year relates to new incidents of non-compliance, while 2.9 billion relates to carry-through cost of multi-year project where irregularities were identified in the previous year. Again, Honorable Chair, we see a reduction in the irregular expenditure emanating from new incidents. So in the current year, it was only 22 million that relates to new incidences. Moving to further analysis of irregular expenditure, we are saying there is also another irregular expenditure that is still under assessment, amounting to 1.2 billion, which is already disclosed under the annual report of the department, under the compliance section of the annual report of the department. In the last paragraph, we highlighted that a total of 9.5 billion of the cumulative balance of irregular expenditure was investigated and referred for consequence management to be implemented. And if in the far right, you honorable members and honorable chair, you can see that we also then highlight how did the department deal with the irregular expenditure. We're also highlighting that there is a 22 billion that is still remaining, which is still under investigation. That 22 billion was arrived at by taking the cumulative balance of the irregular expenditure and deducting the 9.5 billion, which has already been investigated and referred for consequence management. In my previous slide, I highlighted that under compliance with legislation where under consequence management, we highlighted that the department did not implement consequence management against officials who permitted irregular expenditure. That relates, therefore, to this 9.5 billion, which was investigated and referred for consequence management. We therefore highlight the summary of the impact in the last paragraph of this slide. Zime, if we may go to the next slide, which is slide 16. Slide 16, Honorable Chair, we highlight the unauthorized expenditure. It's also encouraging to note that in the current year, the department did not incur unauthorized expenditure. However, they did incur unauthorized expenditure in the 2020-2021 financial year and 2020-2022 financial year. And on the side, therefore, we are saying that there is a cumulative unauthorized expenditure of 3.18 that needs to be investigated by the department to establish whether anyone is liable for such unauthorized expenditure. Moving to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, again, we see a deepening trend in terms of the reduction of the annual fruitless and wasteful expenditure, being only 17,000 that was incurred in the current year by the department, which is very insignificant compared to 2020-2021, where it was 3.1 million that was incurred. Again, we highlight on the far right how the department has dealt with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We're saying the cumulative balance of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 1.46 million, is yet to be investigated. Some of the cumulative balance of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was investigated. To be specific, there was a 2.3 million that was part of the investigation by SIU relating to the border wall. So that was the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we could note as investigated. However, the remaining balance of 1.46 is yet to be investigated by the department. Also, this links to our non-compliance that we highlighted under the investigation of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We will then move to the departmental performance, which I will go through on a high level. Here, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we highlight the achievement of the key service delivery indicators versus the expenditure incurred by the department in respect of the service delivery program, which is program number 2, transport infrastructure. We are highlighting in the slide that the department has achieved 71.1 on its target for this program, with a 99.1% spending on its budget. So we highlighted that we are concerned by this percentage of 71%, as it does not correlate with the budget spending. So we're highlighting that fact to say it will therefore be appropriate if perhaps management, the leadership, and those charged with governance, if they can monitor the budget spend and link it to the achievement of the targets that are planned under the specific program. If this analysis can be undertaken, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, it will assist the department in identifying specifically the projects that are delayed and the projects that are still draining the department of its budget, yet they are not featuring in the APP and they are not featuring in the APR. So we are doing this analysis just to provide that insight and urging those who are charged with oversight to say, let's together have a look at this and interrogate what might be the reason of the higher spend, yet there is a less achievement in the key service delivery indicators. The 71% that we brought about in this table, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, it was arrived at after taking into account the impact of budget reprioritization. What we did, we said then the indicators and the targets that were affected by budget reprioritization, we then consolidated with them, with those that were achieved. And then we came with the percentage of 71%. Otherwise, the percentage would have been worse if we did not consider the budget reprioritization. Moving to slide number 20, which is the summary of our observation that we have identified during our real-time audit on floods. I won't dwell much on it because it has been presented in different forums. It's just a summary for us. I will just touch on the key message section where we highlight our observations that there were SCM non-compliance inefficiencies or issues that we have identified. We also identified in the main a delay in terms of implementing the response to the floods. We highlighted that there was a delay of up to 4 months in some of the projects which were not implemented on time. We highlighted that the disaster management preparedness and response was inadequate as the disaster management plan was not in place. Threshold funding for disaster management was not in place. Inadequate needs assessment and no prioritization criteria for floods project. That in summary, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that's what we observed. And the cause that we have identified was that there is a lack of a disaster readiness with no disaster management plan in place, impacting the funding access processes around needs assessment and the management over the project. There's a lack of effective oversight and monitoring to ensure timely implementation, and there is inadequate routine maintenance of road infrastructure. So in a nutshell, this is what we have observed during the flood relief audit. I'll then move on to the value add audit on service delivery, which is slide number 21 to slide number 23. We have, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, selected 3 projects that we have audited for value add work on service delivery. The first project that we looked at, it was a pilot, a project that was implemented by the department to address the issue of potholes in the province. And the second one, it was the project relating to road P42. And the last one, it was a follow-up audit on a project that we as the AG audited in the previous year audit. So basically, we were saying that we wanted to assess whether the recommendations that we made to the department were implemented. I will start with the value add relating to pilot pothole project. Under observation, we have identified that there was an inadequate planning for this project as there was no a strategy, a pothole strategy in place. We also highlighted that there was no contract in place between the service provider and the department. We highlight that there was a non-adherence to certification requirements. So basically, the department, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, used a new technology to repair and fix the potholes within the province. This technology is regulated by a regulatory body that provides for certain limitation and requirements that need to be met for this specific technology. However, when we audited, we have identified that some of these requirements were exceeded. For example, the requirement that we have identified under the non-adherence to certification requirements, it is the fact that the technology was meant to fix a pothole of 4 square meters. However, we have identified that the potholes that were fixed were beyond the 4 square meter limit. So again, it's our observation that we have identified and we communicated to the department. We also picked that there was a poor quality workmanship in some of the areas. However, this was addressed by the department by saying that there is a warranty of 12 months, which is expiring end of October 2023. The service provider then will be called back to go and fix all those snags that have been identified. And again, we highlighted the fact that given that there is no contract in place, it might be difficult for department to enforce that warrant. However, we then accepted that explanation because there was that warrant in place. We have also highlighted in our observation discrepancies in documentation supporting the payment, and there was a lack of coordination to address the flood damage on the same road that was being repaired in terms of the potholes. We highlight the cause as the lack of leadership to inform a clear strategic direction in planning for potholes at the department, inadequate planning to ensure the technology was suitable for the nature of work required by the department, a lack of project monitoring to ensure quality workmanship, and inadequate review of documentation to support payments, and that there was a lack of coordination between the department and other organs of state. We have highlighted our recommendations, which we also made to the department. I'll move to the next project that we looked at, being project P242, where our key observations, we highlighted inadequate drainage on the road, in this specific road, when we visited the road, we picked that there was excessive water on the road, which contributed to the degradation in the condition of this road, which was not included in the project designs. So this is our observation. And as a result, we were saying that will then definitely result to a delay in repairing this road, which we highlight also there was already a delay of 151 days, even though this specific project is still within its timelines. But this inadequate drainage and excessive water, if not addressed, it will have a negative impact on the implementation of this project and might result to more delays in specifically this project. We highlight the causes. We are saying prior to awarding of the contract, which was approximately 10 months after the approved designs report, the scope of work was not validated to confirm whether the road condition changed, especially after the damage to roads caused by the floods. What we're highlighting here, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that the designs and everything were done before, and the scope was done before the floods. However, the department did not go back to assess whether was there a need to change the design or to change the scope, taking into account the impact the floods might have had on these specific roads, resulting therefore in this excessive water not being included in the scope of work that needed to be done on this specific road. We then highlighted the recommendations to the department as well. The last value add work on service delivery was Road D348, which is a follow-up audit that we did in the previous year. Again, in the previous audit, under our key observation, we highlighted that, in fact, we raised a finding indicating that there was an absence of a drainage structures, which are compromising the road and which may lead to further degradation if not addressed. So in the current year, then we went back to see whether that drainage structure we were talking about in the previous audit, which was missing at the time, was it implemented? So what we have identified, again, we have identified that there was an excessive damage on the road, which was as a result of that drainage system not being implemented. So we're highlighting that inadequate response by the department to install a drainage on the project, which has led to damage of road infrastructure and eroding of earthworks layers. The department provided the contractor for the upgrade of this project a final commission certificate on 21 November 2020, which reflected that certain damage to the road could not be addressed due to the scope of the contract's work, as the funds on the previous maintenance contract was exhausted. So the department undertook to appoint a new maintenance contract. So what we're highlighting here, Honorable Chair, is that we highlighted this issue to the department in the previous year. There were commitments that were made that it will be attended to by the department. However, when we went back to assess that, we found that the road was damaged again as a result of what we highlighted. And we know that the department is still addressing this matter specifically on this road. We highlighted the cause as a lack of oversight to ensure that the absence of adequate drainage on the project, as raised in the previous year, was addressed in a timely manner and thus contributed to the further damage on the road. We then highlighted the recommendations to the department to implement. Moving to the few last slides, which deals with the material regularity. Zime, if you may assist, I will. Material regularity. Thank you, Zime. Slide number 25. In this slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we're highlighting that we have identified 3 material regularity in the department in the year 2022, and the accounting officer was notified of these material regularity. These material regularity were as a result of payments to consultants which were not in accordance with the contract terms, payments made to the contractor for suspension of work, and awards of contract to bidders that did not score the highest points. There were 3 MIs. An additional MI was issued again during the 2023 financial year relating to performance guarantees due to the department in terms of contract, which were not recovered. On the first and second material regularity that were issued in the 2022 financial year, being payment to consultants not in accordance with contract term, as well as payment to contractors for suspension of work, we have concluded that the accounting officer is taking appropriate action to address the irregularities and that the material irregularities were resolved. On the remaining 2 MIs, we also concluded that the accounting officer is taking appropriate action to address the irregularity. However, the implementation of the actions have been slow, and there are some actions that are due for implementation by 31st October 2023. The actions of the accounting officer will be followed up in the next audit in respect of the remaining 2 material irregularities. In the next slide, we highlight our observation and recommendation that the accounting officer is taking appropriate action to address the MIs. However, we recommend to the portfolio committee to monitor the planned actions by the accounting officer to address the MI and the implementation of consequence management where applicable. Also, the accounting officer to provide regular status updates to portfolio committee on the progress made in addressing the MIs and implementation of the consequence management. Under conclusion and recommendation, on a high level, it is just our recommendations and the root causes that we have identified. As highlighted earlier in my presentation, I highlighted the causes, I highlighted the issues that resulted to the qualification, the issues that resulted to non-compliance. In this slide is just a summary, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, of what I've alluded. I'm not going to go through it in detail, but I'm going to take the last block of this slide, which is important to emphasize in this slide, to say in the previous year, the executive authority, which is Honorable MEC, made some commitments to address certain issues that we raised in the last year's audit. Being the first one was that the vacancies in key management will be filled. Being the CFO position, it was indeed filled. The SM director position, it was also filled. And also the action plan was developed to address the issues that we raised last year, as evident by the matter of qualification relating to commitments, which was addressed in the by the department. So it shows that the commitments that the executive authority made, indeed, they were implemented. The last slide, which is slide number 28, we just provide our key message going forward to say there should be timely and continuous monitoring of the department action plan. Management should hold personnel accountable for lack of implementation of department policies that are relating to SM processes, and processes must be put in place to ensure that the prevention of irregular, unauthorized, and consequence management be implemented to those who are found to have caused or permitted irregular and unauthorized expenditure. That will then bring us to the end of my presentation. Honorable Chair, once more, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will then hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a whole lot of issues, as I can see. You know, the chairperson of the committee, I think, is here with us as well. But there is a slight improvement in the department, which we must note. So Chairperson All is not entirely problematic, but certainly, you know, when you look at the province, this is the department that stands out as the department that has many issues, and, you know, with its qualified and the findings that are there as well. So, colleagues, let me be guided by you. Do you want to raise issues? I would actually recommend that we take the second presentation, which is sports, arts, and culture, and then take the park input on both, and then open for clarity. I think it's better we do it like that because, you know, time is also of an issue. So can we proceed in that way, colleagues?
Great, Chair.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Siyatokoza. Can we then go to the presentation on sports, arts, and culture? This is from the Auditor General's office, and then we'll get the park to cover both thereafter. Sports, recreation, arts, and culture.
Yes, good morning, Chair. My name is Mondli Moloi from Auditor General. I was responsible for the audit of sports, arts, and culture as an audit manager.
Okay, Mondli, 1 second. Can we just see your face just briefly?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mondli.
Yes, no. Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Good morning, thank you.
Thank you. Once again, good morning to the members of the SCOPA committee, members of the portfolio committees, and other fellow members of SCOPA committee from Limpopo and legislature, and my colleagues from AG. Chair, If we may go to the first slide, second slide. Yes, this is our mission and vision. So, Chair, what I will do here, I won't dwell too much on the narratives of this presentation. I will just present at a high level. My colleague has gone through the mission and the vision, so we can all move to the next slide.
That's fine.
That's Culture Shift 2030. And my colleague has presented on this one. I'll just go straight to the slide where we've got issues that are relating to the department. Okay, no, go back. Go to the slide, go back again. Accountability ecosystem, yes. No, yes, no, it's fine from this slide. Yes, so on this slide, Chair, we're saying that all we have a responsibility to play in accountability, starting from officials right up to the provincial leadership. And we know that the decisions are made within the department from the official side up to the executive authority, and executive authority being supported by internal audit and audit committee, where they identify areas of high risk that needs some intervention. And that goes further to the executive authority, which comes to the portfolio committees and public accounts, which is SCOPA. And from there, it goes to provincial legislature, where the decisions are made in terms of which departments are going to support the departments in achieving the good outcomes when it comes to the audit. So can we move to the next slide? In the next slide, Chair, this is our observation for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, where we have observed the strengths and weaknesses in the contributions to the ecosystem by leadership and management. And we are saying here on the first one, the accounting officer and senior management, we are saying that the accounting officer did not exercise adequate oversight over the accuracy and completeness of the annual financial statements. This, Chair, comes as a result of the material misstatements that were identified in the financial statements and material findings that were identified in the reported performance information and compliance with laws and regulations. And in the financial statements, we noted that the disclosure was inaccurate and complete in such a way that we allowed the department to correct the financial statements in terms of the disclosure of irregular expenditure. And we further noted some material findings on performance information in such a way that they received a qualified opinion on the performance information. And we also noted some material findings on compliance with laws and regulations. And then going further to the observation of the accountability ecosystem, we noted that the audit committee, yes, they did meet 4 times per year. And the audit committee did assist the department in terms of the follow-ups, or when it comes to the high-risk areas, when it comes to the areas of concern. And we know that the audit committee is an independent advisory body to the accounting officer, but they have fulfilled their role. Can we go to the next slide? Yes, the internal audit, our observation on the internal audit, yes, we noted that the internal audit unit did prepare a risk-based plan and executed it during the financial year. And we noted that also reported to the audit committee on the implementation of the plan during the year and provided audit reports to the audit committee. And according to the auditing standards, Chair, yes, we are required to use the work of the internal auditors for external audit purposes and for direct assistance. Yes, we did use the work of the internal audit for risk assessment, and the reports that we use of the internal audit, we use the reports like immovable assets management report, transfer payments report, and IT continuity report for our own risk assessment, so that when we approach the audit, we approach it based on the risk assessment conducted. Can we move to the next slide? Move to the next one, financial management. Okay, since this is a newly merged department, Chair, this is the the outcomes of the audit that we just undertook. And when we look at this slide, you can see that we've got annual financial statements, and we've got annual report, and we've got compliance, which are the three sections that we are auditing. On the financial statements, yes, the department is unqualified. We did not have any material findings because we allowed them to correct the disclosure of irregular expenditure. On annual performance report, and when we looked at program 2, program 3, and program 4, we did identify material findings there that led to the qualification of the reported performance information. Then with compliance with legislation, and out of the subject matters that we looked at, which is annual financial statements, performance report, and annual report, procurement and contract management, these are subject matters that we looked at in terms of compliance. We did not incorporate everything. But on compliance, yes, under annual financial statements and performance report and annual report, we did not have any findings against the department. But on compliance with procurement and contract management, yes, we did have material findings on expenditure. Then on transfer of funds and revenue management, we did not have any material findings identified. They were unqualified. But on asset management, compliance on asset management, yes, we did identify some material findings there. On consequence management, there were no material findings that were identified. Then on compliance with strategic planning and performance management, yes, we did identify material findings that are reported in the management report and audit report. So since this is a new department, we don't have comparatives, and hence in 2021, 22, 2021, we don't have information is blacked out because this is a newly formed department, match department. And we move to the next slide. Okay, this is the financial information material instances not corrected. No. These instances were corrected. The heading there, I think this presentation that is shared it's not the same one I got, but it's okay, we can continue. So this is irregular expenditure that we have identified that management has not disclosed in the annual financial statements. However, after consultation with management and communication in terms of the things that needs to be done, the management corrected this irregular expenditure. So it is a corrected material misstatement, hence the annual financial statements are unqualified. Can we move to the next slide? On the financial health, Chair, on the financial health, the department, it doesn't, in an overall, it doesn't have an issue on a going concern. However, we noted that there is an overdraft facility, and that overdraft facility is managed by Provincial Treasury, and it has approved it. And when we look at the revenue expenditure and the impact in overall on revenue, these are the data that the department has had at the time of the audit, where we identified that the average collection period is about 1,168 days. And this data relates mainly to the staff debts and relates to the data with other interdepartmental. So it's not a data that relates to suppliers, no. These are the internal data that emanates from the staff and the departmental transactions. Then on expenditure,
Ntokozo, are you still projecting your emails?
Okay.
Ntokozo, I think the emails are coming up here. Oh, we're back.
Oh,
we're
okay.
back. Thanks.
Okay. Can you go to the slide with the financial health slide? Yes. With expenditure, we noted that the department has incurred 236,000 of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Then the creditors payment, we noted that the average creditors payment period is about 6 days. And the overall impact here, what we noted is that and the department had a large amount of accrual balance at the year end because it normally receives the invoices late after the services have been done. So hence we do have a large amount of accruals at year end. So that's the impact of an overall financial health that we have noted. We can move to the next slide.
Ntokozo, we've lost the slide.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got it.
Okay, I think the next slide was supposed to go up. This one, procurement and contract management. Okay, these slides talk to the compliance with laws and regulations relating to procurement and contract management. And what we noted here is that while we were auditing procurement and contract management, we experienced some limitation where a contract was extended. But when we required information to support the extension of the contract, that information didn't come forth to us for auditing. And on deviations, yes, we noted material non-compliance with legislation, and with conflict of interest, there were no findings on the conflict of interest. Then with competitive bid process, we did have material findings there. Quotation process, we identified material findings, and on contract management, we did identify material findings. And the impact, this results in non-compliance with SCM laws and regulation, and this was reported in a management report and audit report. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, this slide's chair talks to the performance information that we audited. And these are the findings that we identified in the performance information that was submitted to us for audit. The first finding that we identified is that the performance indicators and targets were not consistent with the blend indicators and targets. And that goes for program 2, which is cultural affairs. There were 2 indicators that we identified material findings on, which is the number of marketing opportunities provided and the number of new statues unveiled. Then the second finding, it has to do whether the indicator is well defined or not. So in this second one, we're saying that these indicators were not well defined, indicators from program 2, program 3, and program 4. And these resulted to material findings as well. And the overall impact of these 2 findings is that misstatements in performance information hinder the users from being able to adequately assess the department's performance against the planned targets, and also creates a misleading picture when incorrect performance information is reported. Can we move to the next slide? Thank you. The next slide talks about the achieving of key performance targets. Summarized information from performance report. On program 2, Chair, we're saying here, out of all the targets that were set for 100%, the department achieved 74%. However, the budget for program 2 was 100% spent. And the indicator that they didn't achieve on is the indicator which talks to the number of marketing opportunities provided, where the department planned a target of about 7. However, the actual achievement was 6. So in this case, it has to do with the planning of these performance indicators when management undergo the process of planning and budgeting. They need to take into consideration the actual activities and the processes and the resources that are required for them to achieve on those indicators, because it doesn't correlate where you have a budget fully spent at the same time the achievement in terms of performance information is still underreported. Then on program 4, the targets that were achieved for all the indicators was 80%. And there were only 2 indicators where the department didn't achieve, which is the one, which is the number of sporting centers under construction, where the department planned a target of 4, but the actual achievement was 0. And the number of minor sports facilities constructed, where the department planned a target of 33, but achieved 24. This one, Chair, it has to do with the project management, because you can see it deals with construction. So with project management, there are a lot of things that the department needs to look at in terms of the delayed projects and the projects that sometimes they are put on hold for no reason, but sometimes they reprioritize the funds without looking at the projects that were currently funded by those funds. How are they going to make sure that at least they achieve the target after the reprioritization of the funds? Can we move to the next slide? Next one. The next slide, Chair, talks about material irregularities that were identified in the department. In 2021, we identified 3 material irregularities, and two has to do with Itugutugu Library, where the contractor for Itugutugu Library was overpaid. That's number 1. And secondly, the interest and penalties were not charged on the monies that were overpaid to the contractor. Those are the 2 MIs relating to Itugutugu. And the third one is an MI that relates to the 2 new buses that were purchased to be converted into mobile libraries, of which those buses were then not converted to mobile libraries. But after raising these MIs to the department, management has taken appropriate action towards resolving the material irregularity, and management responses on the actions taken were provided to audit team, assessed and reported in the material irregularity section of the audit report. We will follow up these matters during the next year audit. Then on the next slide, we're saying here our observation with these material irregularities is that management has taken appropriate steps, Chair, to address the MI in issue at the department, and the internal control system, Chair, they have been improved by management to prevent the recurrence of the MI. This, Chair, was established during the year under audit, which is 2022 and 2023. And we noted, based on the evidence that's submitted by management to us regarding these MIs, that the financial loss that was suffered on the Itugutugu project, which caused the material irregularity, has been recovered from the contractor, and the penalties and interest that should have been charged to the contractor have been charged to the contractor and recovered by the department. And on the MI number 3, which is the buses that were purchased to be converted into mobile libraries, yes, during the audit of 22-23 financial year, we noted that both buses now, they have been converted into mobile libraries, and these buses have been put to use. But by the time of when we were completing this audit, there was only 1 bus that was completed and being in use by the department for their intended purposes. So when it comes to the consequence management, yes, the department did implement consequence management regarding the first 2 MIs, which is MI 1 that has to do with the overpayment for Itugutugu Library, and the interest and penalties that were not charged from the contractor. Yes, consequence management has been implemented. And for the third one, the buses, management is still in the process of implementing consequence management. Can we move to the next slide? The next slide, Chair, talks about irregular expenditure. This is irregular expenditure, Chair, that we have identified during the audit. This irregular expenditure of 131 million mainly relates to the usage of panels, and it comes about because of the breach of pillars of procurement, which is equitable, fair, cost effective, transparent, and competitive. So this all has to do with the pillars of procurement and contract management. So the department here, Chair, it had a panel of service providers where during the audit we questioned the usage of the panel. So majority of this regular expenditure comes from there. Then we also experienced a limitation, Chair. Remember when I talked about the contract that was extended where the department failed to give us supporting documents for the extension of the contract. Is the debt irregular expenditure of 1.4 million is reported as a limitation of scope and is part of the 131 million. Can we move to the next slide? Consequence management, the irregular expenditure from the previous slide, Chair, the department is still in a process of investigating and this irregular expenditure and doing consultations with the provincial treasury in terms of whether the panels were the department was correct in the using of the panels and the other issues that has caused the irregular expenditure. So they are still in a process of investigation of this irregular expenditure of 131 million. On conclusion and recommendations, Chair, the overall root causes of the significant findings, and we've got our key recommendations to and the commitments by accounting officer and authorities. Our overall root causes is that management did not provide adequate oversight over the implementation of the financial control procedures, Chair. I think since the members do have these slides, I cannot go through word by word. I will just go straight to the key recommendation that management should provide oversight over the implementation of internal control procedures on assets and expenditure, as well as compliance with legislation, which are the most important aspects that has led to the department to have unqualified opinion, but with findings on the performance information and compliance with laws and regulations. Can we go to the next slide? No, Chair, I think my story ends here. I really tried to be as quick as possible, but forgive me if maybe I've omitted things of importance, but I think I've covered everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mondli. I think it was both the presentations were quite comprehensive. Kabo, just tell me, what time are we starting with and which department is here?
Actually, we are due by 10. We are 11 past 10 now, and the department's already in the meeting now.
Yes, that's what I'm concerned about. Colleagues, can I say, let's just get the Provincial Audit and Risk Committee to add anything for if they wish to, and then let's just go directly to the department. I think it might just be better because they are here with us and we can address all issues to them. Is that all right? I think the briefings have been quite comprehensive.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, Provincial Audit and Risk, if there's anything that you wish to add briefly.
Chair, I have Mike with me. Greetings, Chair, greetings, honorable members in both KZN and Limpopo. I don't think there's much to add to this because the issues that have been presented are the issues that we have been dealing with, unless Mike wants to add anything else. But it cuts across to departments the issue of critical vacancies, and we acknowledge the fact that Department of Transport during the year managed to fill the critical vacancies as highlighted. But I don't know anything that Mike would like to add to this. I would want to go to details a bit, but time is against us. Mike.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the few issues I'd like to raise, I think can be best raised when the department is complete with their presentation. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much for that. That assists us. All right. Colleagues, let's just take a 5-minute break, and whilst we bring in the department Kabo, and you flight the agenda for us, please. Kabo, if you can bring in the department and flight the agenda, we'll convene at 10:12, 10:17.
Noted, Chair.
And just let me know if the MEC is with us as well.
All right, we'll come back to you shortly.
Kabo, how are we looking?
Yes. I think the department is here, but I don't see the MEC, but the department is here.
Okay, who's here? Who's the HOD here?
I think the HOD is here. Yeah.
Is the HOD here? I can't see any sign. HOD? Kabo, I don't think the HOD is here.
All right. No, let me call her.
Can you please just check?
All right.
Yeah. Is the CFO here?
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I am.
Oh,
okay. So you are the CFO. So severe. Okay. What is the story with the HOD, please?
good morning, Chair. Can I extend the apology for HOD Mbele? He was held up in another meeting this morning, but he's going to join, I hope, before this meeting comes to conclusion.
Okay, fine. And tell me, who do you have the rest of your team here, CFO?
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members. From the looks of the list that I have here, it looks like the team is on that was invited, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, fine. And the MEC?
Chair, I did note that when we started the meeting, the MEC was on. I'm not sure whether he's having network challenges, but I did see that he did log on. Chair, can I kindly request that I make a phone call to the head of ministry just to alert them that the meeting has started? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think I can see the MEC here as well on the list. MEC, are you here? Yes,
Chair. Greetings to yourself and honored members. I'm here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so Kabo, we are good to go. Can you put the agenda back so that we can proceed?
There's a hand from Honorable Kaula.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the honorable members, to the Honorable MEC, to our colleagues from Limpopo and the management. Now, Chairperson, I just want to voice my concern in respect of the absence of the accounting officer. As COPA, all our issues are directly directed at the accounting officer. I don't think it's appropriate that we start the meeting without the person that we are talking to, because he is the one who has got to respond to our issues. Whatever we deal with, whatever resolutions and recommendations we have at the end of the meeting, it has to be attended to. It just stops at the door of the accounting officer. Now, starting the meeting without the accounting officer is not right. And secondly, the meeting was planned some time ago, Chair.
Hold on,
Chair?
Honorable Kaula.
Yes, Chair.
Let us formally start the meeting. Let us hear what the MEC has to say, because you would also have, possibly, we do not know if there's an acting person or what is the case, or authority has been delegated. So let's not jump the gun here, Honorable Kaula. Let's start the meeting and then we'll take it as we go. Okay. And if your concerns are found to be valid, then we will address them at that point. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so colleagues, let me then open and welcome all of you to this meeting. This is a meeting of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and we are meeting several departments today, but this department that we are meeting now is the Department of Transport. I'm glad to see that the Honourable MEC is with us, and there is a team from the department, and I'm sure MEC, we will come to you to give us some remarks, and you will cover any shortfalls. Then, in terms of attendance and apologies, which is item 2 on the agenda, I know the Honourable Zinhle Cele has sent an apology. We have substitutions for 2 members. Honorable Singh is substituting for Honorable Rogers, and Honorable Mudley is substituting for Honorable de Klerk. Cabo, do we have any other apologies?
No other apologies, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Then we'll go to constitution of the meeting. And I know that we are duly constituted, Cabo. We have the required number of SCOPA members present. So I think we can say that the meeting is duly constituted. Can you just confirm that?
Yes, ma'am, it is so.
Thank you. Then can we have a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the agenda? Show of hands, please. Colleagues, I'm not seeing anyone and I'm not hearing anyone. We can't proceed if the agenda is not moved. Honorable Kaula, thank you.
Can I propose adoption of the agenda?
Thank you, Honorable Kaula. A seconder, please.
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we are Honorable Woodley. Okay, so prior to any remarks by the okay, let me just do this first because there have been some issues of concern. Honorable MEC, we normally would have taken the oath of affirmation by the accounting officer and your team. But let me hand over to you to make some remarks, including the composition of your team and their status. Honorable MEC, and thank you very much for your attendance. It shows that as the political authority, you take your responsibilities seriously.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Ms. Tender, my greetings to your good self and honorable members, senior officials from the department. We really appreciate that we are called to be part of the SCOPA, where we have a responsibility to account to the committee about our performance and how are we spending the budget that is allocated to the department, and also the performance of the department. It's just that the HOD is not part of this meeting, but I say the DDGs and other senior officials, including the CFO of the department. I will really want to apologize on the comment that was made by Honorable Kaula. It's correct to say, indeed, the accounting officer is supposed to be part of the meeting because he is the one that needs to account, then working with the senior official, which include the CFO to deal with the financial performance and also deal with the non-financial reports, of which the team from monitoring and evaluation will also deal with that. We will also, Chair, going to deal with the findings of the Auditor General and the matters that were raised by the AG, and then indicate on the action plan how are we dealing with those issues that have been raised by the Auditor General in the form of an audit and improvement plan, and how the main code the department is dealing with that on the weekly and monthly basis to deal with the issues that raised by the Auditor General, but also, Chair, to the irregular expenditure that have taken place for the previous financial years, of which from time to time we need to account in terms of how are we dealing with in terms of to condone those irregular expenditure, and how we're dealing with the people who were involved in that irregular expenditure, which also indicate that there must be consequential management, and the report will also indicate how we're dealing with the consequence management of those who are found doing wrong things, and number of reports that were requested to present in this committee, which also include about the projects expenditure as we are requested. We really, Chair, indicate that department is trying their level best, even though there are those challenges. But since there is all posts at the senior managerial level have been filled, it really assists the department now, because there is no branch or unit no one that is accountable to deal with the issues of the department, because we have a responsibility to ensure that we follow the pieces of legislation, especially the PFMA, as guided by the PFMA, and also work with the Department of Treasurer and also the Auditor General. And we were going to be honest when we present in this committee and indicate where there are challenges. I hope that the senior management, they will do so, because it's a crime to mislead the committee. Thank you very much, Chair, to give me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. And as I say, we appreciate your attendance and participation in these hearings, but the focus is obviously on your officials to account. So before we proceed with the presentation by the department, I will call on the officials to take an oath of affirmation to speak the truth, and we'll start with the top, and you can then hand over as they go to whichever officials are going to speak at the meeting. Those are the ones we'll want to take an oath of affirmation. The oath will be I, with the name of the official, do hereby swear to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. If it's an affirmation, I, with the name of the official, do hereby affirm to speak the truth. I do hereby affirm. So let's start that briskly.
Thank you, Chair. I said, did Jane Gobo, can you, if the HOD is still not part of the meeting?
I'm here, MEC.
Okay.
The HOD is here.
Thank you. HOD, can you follow what the Chair have indicated? She have indicated. Thank you.
And you can hand over to whichever members, you can call them by name, so that each one who is going to speak will speak. Will take the oath of affirmation.
Okay, thank you very much. Greetings to Honourable
Mr.
Chair.
Bella, can you also briefly, just when you are doing the oath of affirmation, just very briefly, just show us your face and then you can close your video.
Yes, I'll do that, Honourable Chair. I'm not sure if...
It's fine.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Greetings to you and all honourable members present, Honourable MEC. I wish to affirm that I'll speak the truth and only the truth, Honourable Chair. And Chairperson, because the report will be led by our CFO, and then I'll ask him, Mr. Tabani, to also do the same. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. That's fine. We can see you. Okay, CFO, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Apologies, Honourable Chair. Good morning to the Honourable Chairperson, the honourable members. I, Tabani Nkosi, hereby swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Who's next? Is it just the CFO, Mr. Mbela?
Yes, Honourable Chair, it's going to be the CFO that will be leading the report. It's only me and him that would lead. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Then we'll ask that you flight your presentation. It has been circulated to members electronically. And as you are doing that, let me just preface this presentation by saying that the department has received a qualified audit over the past 3 years, financial years. There has been a slight improvement in terms of Program 2 performance report from the to an unqualified outcome in terms of the performance report. But in terms of compliance with legislation, and that covers your annual financial statements, your expenditure management, your procurement and contract management, consequence management. There are repeat findings, material findings that have been found presented by the Auditor General. There's been an improvement in your strategic planning and performance management, as well as the utilization of your conditional grants, which is fine. You've had an unqualified and no material findings for the past 3 years, as has been the transfer of funds and your asset management. So there are quite a few issues that have come up. There are also material irregularities, but I'm certain that all of this you will speak to in your presentation. So let me hand over to you, HOD and your team, and if we can have the presentation flighted, please. Okay, it's fine. We can see it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I will take you through the presentation for the Department of Transport. Honorable Chairperson, on the overview, we will be doing a report on the findings for 2022-2023, our audit improvement plan, the area concerning condonation of irregular expenditure, consequence management, and outstanding invoices to the KZN SIU. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, on the report on the audit of the financial statements, the financial statements were audited for comparative years, where in 2021-2022 financial year, a department received a qualified audit opinion, and the basis for the audit opinion was on capital commitments, where the department did not properly record its capital commitments. And on the audit for annual performance, the program 2 was selected, which is transport infrastructure, and due to uncleared material findings that were noted in the testing of usefulness and reliability, the program also therefore received a qualified opinion in the 21-22 financial year. However, these two matters that were identified in 21-22 were subsequently cleared during the 2022-2023 audit. The department's financial statements were then audited for the year ended March 2023, and in the opinion of the Auditor General, the financial statements were presented fairly in all material aspects, with the exception of the effects on the matter that were described on the basis of a qualified opinion. The basis for the qualified opinion was that the department is qualified on accrued departmental revenue, where the department failed to record all traffic fines that met the definition of accrued departmental revenue. The amount that was disclosed was understated by 133 million, which is reflected in note 29 of the financial statements. The program selected for audit under annual performance report, again for the year ended in March 2023, was transport infrastructure, where the department achieved 71% of the 99% budget spent against this program. Material misstatements were identified for the selected program. However, management subsequently corrected all the misstatements, and therefore no material findings were noted under this program. Therefore, on the testing of the usefulness, reliability indicators selected for this program, we received an unqualified audit opinion. On the report on compliance with legislation, there were material findings that were noted on compliance with legislation on the annual financial statements, revenue management, expenditure management, consequence management, procurement, and contract management. For annual financial statements, the misstatements were on capital commitments that were identified. However, these were corrected, and the only uncorrected material misstatement on the financial statements was accrued departmental revenue, which then led to the qualified opinion. Under revenue management, effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all monies that were due on traffic fines, which is also in addition to the accrued departmental revenue. Under expenditure management, effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure. The findings on consequence management was that the Auditor General could not find sufficient evidence, or sufficient evidence was not provided to display that disciplinary action was being taken against officials who incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure in irregular expenditure. Under procurement and contract management, the Auditor General noted that some of the bids did not comply with the requirement for local content. Therefore, this was also identified as a report for non-compliance with legislation. On material irregularities, the following material irregularities were identified, where performance guaranteed due to the department were not recovered from the guarantor, payments were not made to the contractor for suspension of works, an award of a contract to a bidder that did not receive the highest preference points. The department is still in the progress of investigating these material irregularities, and it's anticipated that the investigations will be concluded by 31 October 2023. However, there have been some engagements that have been done with the Auditor General where we have responded on the issues that they've raised, or we've responded on the progress that has been made to these material irregularities that have been identified in the prior years. On other reports, the Provincial Forensic Unit performed 37 investigations due to various procurement irregularities and fraudulent payments, which were covering a period of 1st April 2012 to 31 December 2022. And as at 30 June 2023, the investigations were still in progress, and all findings regarding these investigations will be submitted to management once the investigations have been finalized. In terms of our audit improvement plan, the department did receive its detailed audit findings on the 30th of August 2023 and proceeded to compile its audit improvement plan from the findings. The department has implemented a 3-phase approach for its audit improvement plan, whereby we have developed a document that deals with the accrued departmental revenue, a strategy on how we ensure that we clear the previous year's findings and also improve on the recording of accrued departmental revenue. We have also developed and implemented a supply chain management turnaround strategy, which is currently in progress, and we have also implemented an internal control framework, of which has also been implemented and is currently being monitored for progress by the department. On the accrued departmental revenue improvement plan, the purpose of this plan is to introduce measures to improve the management of traffic fines. The plan is also intended to address the matters that have been raised by the Auditor General on issues or emanating from our accrued departmental revenue, and also to try and improve the overall traffic fine revenue collection by the department. The plan was presented to MENCO in September 2023 and is currently being implemented and is being monitored to ensure that we actually do achieve the targets that have been set out in the improvement plan or in the strategy. Under supply chain management, the objective of the strategy is to improve compliance with Section 217 of the Constitution, Pfma and Treasury regulations, and other related instruction notes. And as part of our improvement plan from our previous audits, the department has also reviewed its SCM policy to be in line with the current triple PFA regulations, and we have also reviewed our delegations of authority. The strategy was also presented on the 17th of August 2023, and it has been implemented, and it's currently ongoing, where we are also doing a monitoring on the implementation of the strategy to ensure that we improve on all matters that have been identified as non-compliance in the report from the Auditor General. The department has also implemented an internal controls framework where we were strengthening our internal control and our compliance. The purpose of this framework is to ensure that compliance with the Pfma Treasury regulations and other instruction notes is adhered to. The general rule that is being applied on our internal control framework is to do a self-control assessment where at least 50% of all financial related procedures are assessed and at least 50% of all supply chain management procedures are assessed. And this is due to the large number of documents that we have to go through and the limited capacity. However, we are just trying to make sure that we cover more than 50% at the moment. The framework was approved on the 17th of August 2023 and has also been implemented, where my compliance check have been undertaken currently in the Durban region, where the team spent a month doing internal control reviews. We have submitted a report in terms of their findings, and we are improving in terms of the findings that have been identified by internal control. Currently, compliance checks are being done at Mpangeni region, and the team usually goes out for almost a month doing a similar exercise as the Auditor General would do, where we are taking a look at various elements in terms of revenue collection, asset management, payments, and SCM. We are covering the entire scope when it comes to that. And hopefully this will also be concluded at the end of the month, where a report will be generated and also presented at MENCO. For Ladysmith and Pietermaritzburg regions, we will be doing these inspection checks during November and December respectively, and thereafter head office will be inspected in January and February, where we will be also ensuring that we improve on these. The general aim in terms of these is to ensure that we pick up any shortfalls that have been raised by the AG and we correct them. We do have our Friday meetings that we hold every Friday, where we then discuss some matters that have been raised by the Auditor General, the monitoring of our improvement strategies and ensuring that management is held accountable. And we do make sure that we talk on these problems and we improve on them, and the HOD is always there at that meeting to ensure that members adhere to the timelines, and we are all then held accountable as management when it comes to ensuring that we implement these, and we also respond to the queries that may have been picked up by internal audit. On the condonation of irregular expenditure, the department has appointed a service provider by the name of Open Waters to assist with the investigation and determinations of irregular expenditure. A report has been prepared and is currently being reviewed by the department and is to be submitted to Provincial Treasury for the condonation of 17.1 billion rand, where 8.2 billion rand of that relates to cellular services. 3.1 billion rand of that relates to the appointment of professional consultants, and 5.7 billion rand of that relates to a plant hire, which is formerly known as ZNB 2800. Under consequence management, the department has taken steps in addressing the issue of consequence management relating to irregular expenditure dating back to 2012. We have taken steps to ensure that we combat both progressive and formal allegations that are not very serious of nature, and formal disciplinary actions for very serious allegations. And as a result, the department is working tirelessly to ensure that consequence management is addressed. And it's a sign that the department is working towards achieving a clean audit. Positive progress have been made by various managers in finalizing cases that have been referred to them for consequence management since Q2 of the 2022-2023 financial year. Currently, our source of consequence management emanates from the reports that are generated by Open Waters and also emanate from forensic investigations that are conducted by Office of the Premier, where disciplinary action is being taken against the perpetrators. In the above regards, the department has since dealt with 31 cases emanating from the above-mentioned service providers, which is Open Waters, and 43 cases emanating from Office of the Premier. Disciplinary hearings are still in progress on some of the more serious cases of misconduct resulting from the recommendations of forensic audit. Added together, there's a total of 74 cases that are currently ongoing for consequence management. There are still more than 60 cases that are outstanding for consequence management that have been recommended by Open Waters. And in this regard, the department has set aside its Mondays and Fridays as a means to gradually decrease the number of outstanding cases, where we try to ensure that all outstanding matters are finalized before the end of the financial year. On the report on the invoices for SIU, the department does follow up on outstanding invoices with the SIU on a monthly basis, and that is done from the Office of the CFO. As per the statements that have been received from the SIU, which were received about a month ago, those statements show that the department has an outstanding balance of about 10 million rand. However, when the department did its own reconciliation, we found that of the 24.2 million rand invoice to the department, 19.3 million rand has been paid, leaving an outstanding balance of only 4.9 million rand as at month end, ending in September. And of these, 1.7 million rand was within the 30 days. The department is in communication with the SIU, where we have requested a revised reconciliation of account, where we've also provided our payment stubs to them showing which invoices have been paid for. And hopefully we are hoping that we will resolve these outstanding balances with the SIU, and we will have their account up to date before the end of November 2023. Members, this then brings us to the end of our report. Thank you very much.
Apologies. I just got lost for a minute. Colleagues, what I wanted to just check is, are there additions to this report? I know we were told there's just 2 people presenting, so that would be HOD if there's anything you wish to add.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Indeed, based on the request and the agenda item that were requested on the side of the department, yes, this is the only report, but just a slight addition that, Honourable Chair, the department has been in a serious drive in terms of making sure that we fill the vacant and the funded posts. Probably honourable members might have seen that because we realized the issue of the capacity which spans across SCM, finance, infrastructure, and so on. And even this afternoon, Honourable MEC will also be issuing letters of appointment. So I think that's the part. So we're seeing a lot of progress in that, Honourable Chair. But apart from that, we also see positivity and also energy within the department, as CFO was indicating in terms of our audit improvement. We sit every Friday, so that we deal with all issues that are coming up. But I must say that the little setback, Honourable Chair, is that some of the irregular expenditure that the department is incurring are of prior years. But other than that, we are also working very closely with Treasury so that we can fast track the issue of condemnation, and also where probably there is a misinterpretation of SCM policies and prescripts in relation to panel and so on, so that we find one another, Honourable Chair. But also appreciating positive relationship that we have with the Auditor General on the past audit. We hope that it continues. That's basically the comments, Honourable Chair and members. Thank you.
Thanks, HOD. I must say we welcome the appointment of the service provider, and I trust that you all have given very specific timeframes to the service provider to investigate your irregular expenditure, because this is one of the things that has been really troubling the department for many years. And you know, one of the most unwelcome sights is to look at the front page of a newspaper where they say KZN DOT tops the list of irregular expenditure in the country. So yes, thank you. We welcome the presentations of both from the CFO, who I think has had a baptism of fire, and the additions that you have made. Let me hand over to colleagues to see whether they wish to raise other issues. I have some as well, but I will come in after colleagues have raised the issue. Show of hands, please, people. If I am not, and I want to focus on members of the portfolio committee first, Scopa. So I see the hands of Honorable Kaula. Is there anybody else? Okay, Honorable Kaula, Honorable Mudli. Just shout out if I'm missing you. I have seen your hand, Honorable Ta, but Mr. Mike Ta, but I'll put you last because you are from the Provincial Audit and Risk, and you have had engagement with the department. So you will come in after the two members. We'll start with Honorable Kaula, followed by Honorable Mudli, and then Mr. Ta.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, Honorable members, the head of department and your team. Thank you for the presentation, HOD. Just two issues, smaller ones, Chair. In your presentation on slide 20, you refer to the issues of condonation of irregular expenditure, and you talk of 8.2 billion being investigated in respect of cellular services. I'm not sure if I'm understanding this well. Are you meaning cell phones? And if it is cell phones, what is the bracket? How far does it stretch? Is it 2 years, 3 years? I just want to understand this 8 billion and cell phones, or cellular phones, cellular services as it is written. And two, Chair, the AG has reported an issue that sort of worried me, that some tender was awarded to, some bid was awarded to someone who is either in the department or connected to the department. I've forgotten how it was phrased, but something like that. What I want to find out from the HOD is because that is fraud, and by law it has got to be reported to the SAPS if that was done in respect of just that particular issue. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mudli.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, MEC and honorable members and colleagues. I'm just going back to this department. You know, we're always speaking about irregular expenditure, which and it's a very sore point for this department as well. I sit in this department as well. And you know, when the AG talks about SEM processes that weren't followed, and I know we have employed people to run these departments, so it calls for concern, Chair, because if you look at the AG, talks about leadership skills, so leadership. So I think you know, we need to address these issues and we need to take this department very seriously. Some of what I wanted to ask, my colleague has covered me on the where we were talking about a person from the department, some company has got the job. The AG talks about supply chain and wasteful expenditure. So if we can get some clarity on that, Chair, we will be fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Mudli. Mr. Ta.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you very much. Chair, I would also like to talk about irregular expenditure for a moment. And, you know, if we look at the root causes, obviously a lot of it relates to overrun on projects. And it then goes back to the whole question of actual project management. Now, Chair, I'm pleased to note that Open Waters have been engaged to look at condonation. And this is a massive task, Chair. We're going back 10 years or more. And anyway, we wait to see what the outcome will be. But then, Chair, perhaps the HOD would like to actually refer to the matter of staff vacancies. Because, Chair, we know that there are problems in the department with the use of consultants. There are problems where consultants, quite frankly, look upon the department as a happy hunting ground to charge what they like. And I'm just wondering whether there's some sort of light at the end of the tunnel with regard to making suitable professional staff appointments who can actually deal with these things, such as the awarding of tenders, the monitoring of projects, etc. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. Is there anybody else who wants to raise any issues? Because I'd rather just take all of them at once so the department responds comprehensively. Okay, if there are no other matters, then I just want to raise a few. I think the irregular expenditure, as has been pointed out, it's something that the department has struggled with. And, you know, they've tried to do it on their own, and there were various attempts. So now the appointment of the service provider, hopefully with, you know, strict conditions, will yield something. Then the second issue that I wanted to raise was what the AG raised around responses to the floods. There were long delays, but my concern is around the procurement aspects. The pothole pilot project, right, there wasn't competitive bidding in relation to that. And then the other thing that has happened is that the department has, you know, on different programs, has expended more funds than there has been service delivery. So my issue is in terms of the monitoring of the delivery of projects, what is being done there. And we note the audit improvement plan, which I think is very good because you can see that the new broom in the form of the HOD is trying to tighten up. So we welcome that and we will give you space. But issues around procurement are important, particularly the omission of factoring local content. It's very serious because our government is committed to Black economic empowerment, and the Department of Transport in particular employs multiple service providers. So this is something that has to be strongly tracked, and it's a material finding on the part of the AG. Then the revenue collection, this is a huge department, very cash-strapped at times. The revenue collection in terms of fines, etc., we welcome the initiatives, but we must point out that 132 days for cost recovery is extreme. And that needs to be reduced so that you can actually do what you are supposed to do. And, you know, the issue is around the floods in particular. People do want to see swift action. I think as a province, we want that to happen as well. So those comments, let me hand over to the department to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. We welcome the comments. Some of them I'll touch, and also some that CFO also will touch on them. Maybe let's start with the one, Honorable Chair, that was raised by Honorable Kaula in relation to a tender that has been awarded to a relative within the department. Indeed, Honorable Kaula, the matter was reported to the police, but further to that, forensic investigation is being finalized by Office of the Premier, but also it was was through the department's initiative that also we picked that up, and we also reported that to Auditor General. So it's a matter that if we're talking about the same matter, without probably disclosing much on it, the one that I'm aware of, it's a matter that we also brought it to the attention of the Auditor General as a department. And then in relation to the capacity, I think it was a question that was asked by Mr. Ta, the chairperson of CAC. As I indicated earlier on, that definitely we are in a drive of making sure that there is capacity, but it's in twofold, Honorable Chair. One is to deal with the vacant and funded post, which we are actually left with probably not less than 200. I think in the last 6 months, we have seen a huge drive, but credit also must be given to our Honorable MEC, because at some point in time, I think when he came to the department, when he started to look at this matter, I think he convinced us that it was doable. Then we started to have various panels, and he asked us to shut down certain parts of the works to focus on the recruitment. So I think that indeed, we thank his leadership. I think it assisted us. So we just left with a few. But again, in terms of the organogram, we are moving. We have finalized it, Honorable Chair and members. At the moment, we're just engaging Treasury around the cost. And then if we can find one another on the cost, because the organogram currently in the department, Honorable Chair and members, that we have and we're filling post on, it's an organogram that was passed or approved in 2008. So you could imagine the gap and the backlog and the changes that could have probably happened. So as soon as we're hoping that if we find one another with Treasury, and then the next step is just to submit it to the Honorable Premier and then to DPSA for approval. And that will, we of the opinion that as soon as that put into place, I think it will definitely assist a lot in the department. It will make sure that the department has got a footprint also in the whole province in terms of the DTM, and make sure that there's also capacity, because the budget of the department has indeed grown. But Honorable Kaula as well, I think a question was about chairperson of CAC, Mr. Ta, around the consultants and the capacity. And so we started to see a lot of engineers being retained as chairperson. We can then report that now in the last 6 or 7 years, all engineers that were trained by the department, you would find that after qualification they would leave. But now we have over 12 engineers. I think that in the main would have a huge impact in terms of making sure that we get rid of some of the consultants, but also we own processes in terms of the project management, but also there are also a lot of standards that we need to adhere to, and also the quality and the monitoring. So, and there are a number of engineers that we are wanting to recruit in-house. It's engineers, technologists, and technicians, and so on. But we're starting to see that there is a huge now interest. Also, they are being retained. I think that is basically what I can comment on, Honorable Chair. But issues of irregular expenditure and also data touches the report in terms of the cellular and so on, I think I'll request that CFO comment on it. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, HOD. CFO?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, on the issue raised by Honorable Kaula on the cell phones, when we started the contracts in 2012, the department had no transversal contract to tap into. Therefore, we were expected to be requesting quotations from the various service providers, which I don't think was done at the time, which then raised an element of irregular expenditure. So the 8 billion rand expenditure is from the period of 2012 to around about 2017, 2018, when a transversal contract was then introduced, and then the department then moved from these individual contracts onto a transversal contract, which is now carried over, and irregular expenditure is no longer being incurred from that period up until today. With the issue of irregular expenditure, Chair, yes, we are taking it very seriously, and we are in a drive to ensure that we reduce our numbers when it comes to irregular expenditure. Because in the 21-22 financial year, Chair, we reported an amount of 4.3 billion rand for that financial year. However, when you look at the 22-23, we recorded 3.3 billion rands in terms of irregular expenditure, which is a reduction by 1.3 billion rand, and 2.9 billion rand of that were carryover costs. So the department is in a drive to ensure that we reduce or we terminate the contracts that are perpetuating our irregular expenditure. However, there is one contract where we are still having difficulties with, which is our bus services. And on that contract, I think we incur about 1.6 billion rand, which is a contract that we inherited from National Treasury. The department cannot implement any measures currently when it comes to that contract because we have been taken to court by the service providers where they've interdicted us on going out on an open tender, and the matter is still with the courts. So therefore, we are having a bit of a challenge with that. So a bulk of our irregular expenditure is coming from contracts where we have been taken to court, and we are currently trying to find more solutions on ensuring that those processes are regularized and we stop incurring further irregular expenditure. Honorable Governor, on the matter of our responses to the floods, yes, we do acknowledge that some of our bids were in very late, but we did have my engagements with the AG on that one during the audit, and a great percentage, which was above 80%, were done within a space of a year, or 80 or 90% were done within a space of a year, where in normal it would take us almost a year to a year and 6 months to undergo in normal procurement. So yes, as much as we did delay in some of the processes, it was due to the large number of projects that we had to undertake, because if I'm not mistaken, we had about 350 projects that we had to undertake on flood damages, notwithstanding the normal procurement that we had to do as a department to ensure that we fully spend our budget, because only 2 billion rand was allocated, 2.9 billion rand was allocated to floods. We had to ensure that we strike a balance between the element of flood damages and also ensuring that we do our normal procurement, so with that we don't find ourselves wanting in terms of the expenditure. But we do acknowledge that some of those awards were awarded a bit late, and we are working on ensuring that we improve when it comes to our processes, when it comes to disaster management. We are working on our frameworks to ensure that we improve in terms of our reaction when it comes to disaster and flood management. When it comes to the area of a local content, yes, there were findings that were made, but those were prior to the last audit, if I'm not mistaken, Chair. And that BAC is currently ensuring that all projects that are outstanding that still have an element of local content are being looked at, and the compliance is being enforced. With the new regulations that came out, the requirement of local content is no longer one that is a must. So I don't think, Chairperson, that we will be incurring any further irregular expenditure when it comes to the element of local content. On the collection of our revenue fines, Chairperson, also again, we are taking that one very seriously, because that has been a recurring finding that we have found ourselves as a department. And we are trying to improve our revenue collections with the EPWP workers that have been appointed, the summon servers that are now going out to ensure that they serve the summons so that we collect our revenue diligently, and other processes where we're trying to improve or on the element of revenue collection, so that the numbers increase from around about 10%, where we are aiming to at least get about 25 to 30% within the next 2 to 3 years in terms of improvement of revenue collection. So All of these matters, Chairperson, we are taking them very seriously, and we are acknowledging our flaws or our gaps that we have as a department, and we're ensuring that we are closing those gaps, also in consultation with the Auditor General. We are also improving, and we have started the process, as we promised on our last meeting, that we will improve on our internal audits, on our internal compliance structures. We have done so by introducing the framework to ensure that we enforce compliance when it comes to issues of procurement, and that we don't have further matters that are coming through where there is non-compliance with SCM processes and any other processes that are relating to revenue collection within the department. So yes, with the guidance of HOD and MEC, we are working diligently to ensure that we tighten up these gaps whilst we are improving. We are also engaging Auditor General. We are also engaging with Provincial Treasury on improvement measures and other measures that we are trying to put in to make sure that we curb any further occurrence or any further occurrence of irregular expenditure, and we improve on all other aspects that might lead us in getting a qualification, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks, CFO. Colleagues, are there any other issues? You see, for me, the issue is the value add on service delivery and, the construction of the upgrade of road D348, where the AG conducted follow-up hearings, follow-up inspections. The work was done and the contractor was paid, but there has been subsequent degradation. And this, as at June 2023, there hasn't been work undertaken to address that. So you've got manholes that had been constructed to channel water being ineffective, and you've actually got the road being degraded. That's an example. So I think CFO and HOD, these are issues that have to be looked at very carefully. For example, on the pilot pothole project, there was no contract, and the value for money there is not quantifiable, but the quality of the work, there's poor workmanship, there's a lack of coordination that's occurring with the municipality and all of that. So I do think that particular attention has to be paid to this. Otherwise, it's money down the drain. And these are big amounts of funds that are being spent. So this is an issue that I would want to raise very strongly with the department. I'm glad the portfolio committee is here, because they would need to follow up on this by looking at some of the things that have come up in the AG's report, but obviously there are more. However, having said that, we also note improvements. The introduction of the audit improvement plan and the HOD monitoring it as part of the team is important. The fact that you've not incurred any unauthorized expenditure is a very positive aspect of the department. The fact that your irregular expenditure has declined markedly is also very positive. So there are positives, MEC, in your team, and we acknowledge these, but we would want to see more. We'd want you out of the ICU, actually, and where you would come to an unqualified audit finding based on work that you do. I'm competing with somebody here, looks like. Okay, so those are my comments. I cannot see any other hands. Colleagues, unless I'm missing something and you want to shout to let me know if I'm missing it. Okay, it would appear, Mr. Mbele. HOD?
Yes, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just wanted also to cover an item on contract management, on also seeing some of our outsourced work and also raised by Auditor General. We also have started to see, Honorable Chair, that some of the contractors are actually failing. I think even the members of the portfolio, I think when they went to IPOP, they raised this with Shapley. And there are steps that have been taken because some of the failures of the contractors, we have picked up that it's because of our own doing, Honorable Chair. Some of our project managers are quite junior, but also we also picked up that some of the contractors, their prices, they price less and they short circuit and also drop the quality based on the observation that we're doing. But we are working on that. And then we have then sort of introduced one of the measures that are starting to talk to issues, those that if we have to, if, for example, if I make an example, if a tender is let out through all processes of SCM, but at the time of it being finalized and awarded, and then the HOD or the CFO would have a session with the contractor just to answer three things. One, is he aware, or does he have any cash flow issues? But is he aware? What is he committing to? And then secondly, are there any other challenges that the contractor have before we even issue that project? We do that, Honorable Chair and members, so that when it's time for termination, and then we also call back the contractor and said, look, you have undertaken this work for government, and also we trusted you that you will also deliver, and also you committed to us that in terms of you have no challenges with the cash flow, and then you have technical capabilities, and you'll also finish it on time, and also you'll be willing to work with communities. So that we're starting to see a sort of improvement, because on those meetings, there are one or two contractors that said, look, HOD, I want to bail out, rather you can just pass it over. But also there are one or two suggestions that seem to be coming up, Honorable Chair, also without taking too much time, are issues that probably talk to the CPG, because some of the contractors will then raise it with the HOD and say, look, the issue of the 30% HOD affects us. We wish that the department can closely monitor, because it does create conflict. So we have engaged the CFO and the DTG infrastructure to see how we can then make sure that we do whatever possible on our side to make sure that there is support. So we are seeing and noticing improvement both in terms of performance of the contractors and the quality, because in the main, most of our work is infrastructure related. So there is work that is happening in that sphere. I just wanted to share with the members, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD. Yes, we can see the attempts that you are making, and we do appreciate that. But we want, this assurance from the department, and obviously, as the portfolio committee, it would be monitored more. Maita?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me to just digress very briefly. Perhaps the HOD could tell us whether they've had any problems in relation to the so-called contract mafia, or the construction mafia. Thank you.
Okay, that is a digression, but we'll entertain it. I know the Minister of Public Works has come out very strongly, as has the President and the Premier, that we will not tolerate this interference in holding up service delivery in the province. But let's hear from the HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for that question. It's just that I might fall short of a definition of a construction mafia, but just to explain whether do our projects experience challenges when they are let out. No, indeed, Honorable Chair, we're not unique from any other infrastructure department. You'll find that each and every project, when it's awarded, it generates a lot of interest, more around the 30%. Then there's huge pressure on the department and also on the contractor. And then to say, look, we need a stake on this project. But also there are some of the project that has been reported, Honorable Chair, where in our view, it's criminal activities. I know that there was one in King's Echwayo where a group of, I would call them thugs, they came into a side camp with heavily armed, and then they were then threatening the staff there. But it's not many of those, but what we then try and do through our Honorable MEC, which again, I think a credit to him, all our projects are now, MEC then took a decision that they're going to be introduced. So that one, you introduce it to the local leadership, be it traditional leadership, and also local municipalities and the mayors and the councillors. And then Honorable MEC will then articulate in terms of what is expected of the project, what's the value, and what is also expected in terms of the designated group, be it people, disabled people, and also emerging contractors and so on. So that then followed by capable project managers that we're trying to introduce. Then it sort of lay a foundation, and it assists a lot because it's in the open. So we do find that there are not many, if that are being affected, more especially the ones that are introduced by Honorable MEC. Then we're able then to, because it becomes a community engagement. So in that, it's sort of it's not as bad as what it used to be. If I can just comment on that. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, HOD. Yes, it is difficult, and I think the new firmness and the determination to stamp out what is impeding service delivery or holding back in the province is very, very important. I know not far from where I live, there was a shopping mall which was being funded by the Public Investment Corporation that was stalled for almost a year because of 61 disruptions of people who were not, committed to progress. So yes, this needs to be dealt with very, very strongly. Thank you, HOD. Mr. Ta, I'm hoping that that just answered your question. Are there any other issues, colleagues? There obviously are. We'll send them in the form of resolutions. There's a lot of follow-up that the portfolio committee will have to do, and thankfully, the members of the portfolio committee and the chair have been present. So if there are no more issues that are to be raised, let me thank all of you, MEC and your team, for availing yourselves and the presentation, which looks promising. Thank you very, very much. And hopefully, with the assistance of our sister committee there, we will reduce many of these findings and issues that have come up. Thank you very, very much. We can now release MEC and the department.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Colleagues, our next department is the Department of the Merge Department. We are seeing them at 11:30, so I'd suggest that you take the 5 minutes to have a stretch break.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Siyathokoza Sihlahla.
See you when you see us. We are leaving you in peace now.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chairperson. Siyabonga kuwe, Honorable Siyathokoza.
Thank you. We'll start the next hearing at 11:30. Good morning. So good morning, everyone. And I'd just like to welcome everyone. Cabo, just confirm to me that everyone is in the meeting.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Everyone's in a meeting.
Do we have the MEC as well? I can see the HOD or I can see the team from Arts and Culture is present. Do we have MEC with us as well?
No, we have the apology from the MEC.
Okay, that's fine. But do we have HOD and the team?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So without further ado, then let me welcome all of you to this hearing into the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, their audit outcomes. We'll go to item 2 on the agenda, which has been beamed, the attendance and apologies. I know we do have an apology that has been tabled from Honorable Taylor. We have substitutes for 2 members. Are there any other apologies? HOD, would you be tendering the apology of the MEC there?
Good day.
We have an continue.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I was informed by the PLO that the HOD of the department has been is now is on sick leave. Then the acting CFO, MEC, sorry, is also busy with other engagement. So therefore, then they tendered formally the apology of the MEC.
Okay, so who do we have present from the department, Cabo? Do we have a CFO or an acting CFO or an acting HOD?
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes. Yes.
Greetings, Honorable Chair. I also greet the honorable members in the meeting, as well as the colleagues. I don't know where that comes from. I think that is a misrepresentation of the status quo. I'm in the meeting. I'm not sick. I'm at work.
Okay, fine. So HOD, you are here. That is fine. Okay.
Thank you.
I think you will deal with the miscommunication within your department. That's fine. Okay. I don't think there's any other apologies. So let's go to constitution of the meeting. The meeting is duly quorated. We have amongst us members of the portfolio committee, the SCOPA standing committee, and we are constituted. So without further ado, let me ask for a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the agenda. A show of hands, please, or shout out if I don't see your hand.
Slalo.
Yes, honorable member. That's Honorable TV Kulu. Yes, colleagues, a mover, please.
Chair, it's Kaula. I propose that you adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Kaula. And a seconder, please. Oops. Colleagues, can we have a seconder for the adoption of the agenda?
Well, I second myself.
Okay. That's very nice, but I don't think we can do that. Let's have a seconder, please. Honorable Mudley, would you second?
Raise all other members.
Honorable
second,
Kulu, Chairperson. I second Honorable Kaula.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kulu. Then let's go without further ado to the accounting officer. Now, I'm sure you are familiar with the procedure, but we'd require the accounting officer or whoever's acting on behalf to take an oath or an affirmation and to refer us to any other members of the team who will be speaking, just those who are speaking. So let's start at the top. I, with your name, do hereby swear to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If you are swearing an oath, and I, with your name, if you are affirming, do hereby affirm to speak the truth, I do hereby affirm. Let's proceed.
Honorable Chairperson.
Sorry, Mr. Funda, and if you could just very briefly open your video so we see your face and you can close thereafter.
Honorable Chairperson, can you see me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Can I close?
We can. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, greetings to the colleagues as well. I, Tobile Sifunda, swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And the members of the team that will be presenting, It will be myself, just the opening, and then it will be Mr. Shozi, who's going to go through the audit findings as well as the improvement plan. And then CFO is going to tackle the item on irregular expenditure, the condonement thereof. And then lastly will be Mr. Mabiga, who's going to talk to consequence management matters. Thank you.
Thanks, HOD. Let's have you in that order then, please, members of the department.
Good
We'll
morning.
go to Mr. Shozi.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm Mthokozi Sishozi, do hereby swear to speak the truth, nothing else but the truth. So help me, Lord.
Thanks, Mr. Shozi. Can we just have a brief sight of your face as well? Okay, I think there's a bit of a... Thanks, Mr. Shozi. That's fine. Thank you. Let's go to the next official.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, colleagues. My name is Zinhle Buthelezi. I, Zinhle Buthelezi, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person. Then those more people.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and the members. My name is Francis Bongmosa Mabiga. I affirm to tell the truth, nothing else but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Have I missed anyone out?
No,
HOD,
Chair, we are covered, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's then ask you to flight your presentation, which we have received. And as you are doing that and getting into the presentation, let me just say that this is a newly merged department. So there isn't a previous audit outcome to compare you by. However, you did receive an unqualified financial statement with no material findings on the financial statements in the 22-23 year. And your compliance with legislation was fine in terms of your financial statements, performance report, and annual reports. However, there were issues, material findings around procurement and contract management, expenditure management, asset management, and your strategic planning and performance management. Those were the areas identified by the Office of the Auditor General. We'd like you to just talk to the issue of vacancies if they are applicable. And we would also like you to talk about your performance information, right, where there are issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We really have been covered with, the remarks that you've just made, that we're a new department, we just merged. And when you merge two departments, you take the good and the bad, because you still have to inherit, whatever good and bad of the defunct departments. So we are presenting to you, as you have indicated, a report that says we were unqualified in the previous year. In as far as vacancies are concerned, I think I'll just talk to that quickly before I hand over to Mr. Shozi. We have had to place officials into the interim structure whilst working on a permanent structure. And of course, with those placements, we also had vacancies. And those vacancies were advertised. We have recently filled 30 positions, new positions that have been advertised. The balance is also being processed, because, as honourable members would know, it is not just the first set that we are about. We also have another set before we go on to the restructuring and the permanent structure. So we don't necessarily have that item on restructuring, but I think I may just as well highlight the fact that we are currently constituted to restructure the department. We have work streams that are working on the various aspects of restructuring. We do have labor on board in terms of the process. We also have OTP and DPSA providing us with technical support. I'm going to just end it there for now and allow Mr. Shozi to go through the audit findings, but also go through the improvement plan with your permission, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, HOD. Good morning once again, honorable members. Good morning, HOD and the colleagues. I will take you through the audit outcome as it has been alluded that as a new department or the newly formed department, we got an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis during the 2022-2023 financial year, and we received our report at the end of July 2023. Just a high-level summary of the findings that were on the finance management report. There were about 31 in total, and 13 of those were Annexure A items, and 18 were Annexure B items, and there were material findings on performance information, and that resulted into a qualified opinion on performance. Just a summary of the material findings first before I move on to how we are responding to these findings. There was an issue with our performance indicators. The three that I've projected, they were found not to be smart, or the information or the evidence that was submitted by the department was not adequate for AG. The very first one being the number of new statues unveiled, number of reading for understanding for under 10-year-olds, and number of sporting centers under construction. I can safely say, honorable members, that we have the very first one. We have we've gone to our technical indicators to ensure that our technical indicators, they link with the actual indicator. So that one has been sorted. And the number of reading for understanding for 10-year-olds, again, that one has also been taken care of. The number of sporting centers under construction, we have recrafted the indicator, and now it is smart. We are confident as a department that it is indeed smart. The other material findings that were cited by AG was the one referring to payments that were made before receiving the goods. This is where the department pays for subscriptions for library magazines, and the process thereof was not entirely followed. And there were also issues of the department not being able to prevent irregular expenditure. As a result, we ended up incurring irregular amounting to 231,760,000. I know this is a huge amount, but we can just to explain that the reason why it escalated this much is because there were panel of service providers that were appointed by the department, and AG was not happy with the strategy that was utilized by the department to actually utilize all the panel of service providers. So they deemed all the payments that were made to those panel of service providers as irregular. However, this is still under consideration as a department. We requested an opinion from PAG, and PAG supported the department, but AG is still adamant that this is irregular. So now what Treasury is doing is that they are referring the matter to National Treasury. So until the matter is resolved, this will sit on our books as irregular expenditure. However, we will also send it for condonation by Treasury, but there is still that process that we are still going through to establish or to determine whether indeed this is irregular or not. And then there was also one relating to the department not being able to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 236,000 that we incurred during the 2022-2023 financial year. There were also issues of a mechanism not being in place to eliminate loss of assets, and some goods were procured without obtaining at least 3 quotations. These were cases wherein the department requested maybe 5 or more service providers to quote, and the department only receives 2 quotations, and then the department will then appoint the cheapest one. But AG was not happy with that, and the department is doing something to ensure that that doesn't happen going forward. And there were also some goods that were procured without competitive bidding. There were also issues of deviations that were done by the department that AG felt that they were not in line with the SCM policy. And also there were issues of preference points that were not calculated correctly by the department when awarding. There were also, as I've touched on the performance information, the issues of monitoring or progress towards achieving targets or core objectives and service delivery, wherein AG was not happy with that. There were 3 material irregularities that were part of the final audit report, which were coming from the 2021-22 financial year. It's just that during that particular year, they did not form part of the report, as they were raised after the audit. So during the 2022-23 financial year, then AG added those material irregularities. The first one was referring to the overpayment that was made on Dugu, a payment of which the department has dealt with that, but I will cover that in the slides coming. And then penalties relating to the same project, Dugu, and there were also unused buses that were procured by the department, which were to be converted into mobile libraries. As a department, in response to the findings or the issues that were raised by AG, we then, immediately after we received the report, we developed an audit improvement strategy, which was presented at MENCO. We are now implementing that improvement strategy, and the same improvement strategy has also been shared with a provincial treasury. They are conducting a review on the strategy just to see if indeed it will take the department into the next level. There are also follow-ups that are conducted on the action plans on a monthly basis through chief directorates to ensure that there is implementation of the improvement strategy. In terms of the performance information, the department has reviewed all the technical indicators, as I've indicated earlier on, to ensure that they are all aligned and they are smart. And we are confident now that the indicators that are sitting on our APP are smart. And for the 2024-2025 financial year, we are currently in the process of finalizing the draft APP. And we will, just like last year, we will also send this APP to AG, Auditor General. We will also send it to Provincial Treasury so that they have sight of the APP, and perhaps they can give us input so that we avoid cases wherein now when they conduct the audit, we are found wanting with indicators not being smart. Moreover, we are also reviewing the standard operating procedures for all the processes within the department to ensure that all the gaps are closed. So in terms of the prepayments, we are, as a department going forward, we are going to be avoiding prepayments on all costs. However, on exceptional cases, we will ensure that the necessary processes are followed. Those being referring the prepayments to Treasury and get the necessary approval. It's only on subscriptions wherein there are prepayments that the department sometimes processes. And in terms of the SCM process and finance, we then developed or intensified our checklists that we use during the procurement process and during the payment process to ensure that now it seeks to prevent irregular expenditure and or fruitless and wasteful expenditure instead of it just to detect it. We moved to a stage where now we are trying to ensure that we prevent it from happening. And then we've also developed measures to eliminate loss of assets. And again, the checklist was intensified to ensure that there are no procurements that are made without at least receiving 3 quotations, and procurement is done, or when procurement is done, it must be competitive as required by the legislation. The checklist also took into consideration the issue of deviations, wherein now we make sure that all the deviations that are processed are in line with the SCM policy. And lastly, the preference points, we've relooked at or updated our formula for the preference points, and now before an order is issued, the process goes to now the supervisor within SCM just to recalculate the preference points and ensure that they are correct before we can do the award. In terms of the material irregularities finding, as I had mentioned earlier on, that these were emanating from the Dugu project, wherein there was an overpayment to the service provider of about 4 million. This has been resolved as the overpayment was offset through the work on the ground that was done by the contractor, and the project was handed over to the communities on the 9th of March 2023. So there are no there is no debt that is now being owed by the service provider. We have submitted all the documents and the information to that effect to HE, and now all that we are waiting for is for HE to close the matter on their books. And then the next one is the one relating to the buses that had been procured by the department, which were still to be converted into mobile buses. Both buses were converted around May and July, though there were delays. However, both buses have been converted, and they are now fully fledged mobile libraries, and they are part of the outreach programs that the department conducts. Again, this one has been resolved, and all the information has been submitted to AG, and even AG visited the department to look at the buses, and all that we are waiting for now is for AG to clear the material irregularity or remove it from our books. And then the last one is the one relating to the penalties that the department had not charged the service provider for the same project, Dugu. Again, when the department was finalizing the account for the service provider, these were taken into consideration, the penalties, the interest, they were charged, and they were recovered from the service provider. And again, on this one, we are waiting for AG to close the matter on their book so that it gets removed from the department. In conclusion, members and honorable members and chair, as a department, we are striving to move from an unqualified audit opinion to a clean audit during the 2023-2024 financial year. We are having consultations with the Auditor General to discuss initiatives that will assist the department to move to clean audit. We have been discussing or embarking on a culture shift project that will assist the department to move to that space. There were commitments that we made to the AG. AG will be tracking those on a monthly or quarterly basis to ensure that we are on track. We are dealing or resolving all the matters that they raised in the previous year. We can commit as a department that come this time next year, we will be talking a different language wherein at least the department would have achieved a clean audit. Thank you, honorable members and Chairperson. I think now the CFO will then take care of the irregular expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shozi. CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In terms of irregular expenditure for the financial year ended 31 March 2023, the department had an opening balance of irregular expenditure sitting at 518,609,000, and for the 22-23 financial year, the regular expenditure was sitting at 131,760,000, which was mostly identified during the audit. It's all areas that Mr. Shozi has already gone through where there was non-compliance with applicable legislation, and we had a closing balance of 650,369,000 of irregular expenditure. And this irregular expenditure has not yet been condoned. Next slide. In terms of what has been submitted to Provincial Treasury for condonation, we have submitted irregular expenditure amounting to 24,233,000, which was arising from 22-23 financial year irregular expenditure. And we have irregular expenditure that was also submitted for condonation that was based on prior years irregular expenditure, which was 55.6 million from former DAC, and we also had 19.7 million from former DSR. So all that irregular expenditure has been submitted to Treasury for condonation. There has been a number of meetings that have taken place. Also in 2012-13 financial year up to 2019-20, also DAC had irregular expenditure amounting to 220 million that has been submitted for condonation. There has been a number of areas where we're reaching we're in a tight spot where the individuals that were responsible for the irregular expenditure are no longer with the department. And part of the condonation of irregular expenditure is demonstration that consequence management has been affected, and where the relevant individuals are no longer available, it becomes very difficult, but we are engaging Provincial Treasury for guidance in terms of most of those cases of irregular expenditure. We've had a number of meetings. We are submitting documents. Hopefully the irregular expenditure that is already submitted will be considered for condonation, and we will proceed with submitting the balance of irregular expenditure that is sitting in our books. We have, as Mr. Shozi has already indicated, we do have a turnaround strategy that has been communicated with the Auditor General, which we are implementing as a department in order to ensure that we don't incur further irregular expenditure. As we are addressing the irregular expenditure sitting in our books, we also don't want to find ourselves incurring more irregular expenditure. Hence, we have the strategy that is in place in order to prevent the incurrence of further irregular expenditure. Once we get feedback from Treasury in terms of the irregular expenditure that has been submitted, we will therefore also communicate in different platforms where we're reporting as a department to indicate how far we are with the condonation of that irregular expenditure, and also to indicate how far we are with the implementation of the turnaround strategy that we have put in place. We've also filled some of the posts that were vacant that actually contributed to the issues of irregular expenditure, as HOD has indicated. There's been a number of posts that have been filled, and that will help us in actually fully implementing the applicable laws. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO. And it's a relief to hear that you're not owing anything to the SI as well. HD, who else is doing any presentation? The consequence management was Mr. Mabika,
yes,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, correct, Honorable Chairperson. It's Mr. Mabika.
Mr. Mabika?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not sure what happened on the slide. Can I flat my slide here because the presentation...
We saw just one slide.
There is a slide about our internal. Oh, let me see whether it's flat. Through check, can I just share my page here? I'm not sure, Chair, if you can see where it says internal, there are 5 cases.
Yes, we can.
Yes, Chairperson. Yes, we have 5 cases. We only reported on our internal matters that we are dealing with, and not the one that OTP is dealing with, Chairperson. We have 5 cases, out of which from those 5, 3 were referred to SAPS. 1 was a null prosecute case, meaning it was withdrawn by the prosecutor, and 2 are for disciplinary action to be conducted by the department, Chair. With regards to those that are with OTP, we are still liaising with OTP in terms of the progress, in terms of the progress on the investigation. Thank you, Chairperson. I think that will be all from my side.
Thank you, Ms. Mabika. Okay, I think that was the last presentation, colleagues. Let me hand over to you for any questions, clarity, etc. By show of hands. Remember, the department, we don't have a basis for comparison in the sense that this is the first time the audit of the merged department. Honorable Kaul, I do see your hand. Honorable Kaula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks, honorable members, HOD and your team. Now, just 2 small issues, Chair. HOD, the AG reports that somewhere you have spent 100% on a target of 4 of the construction of 4 sporting centers, but the achievement is 0. If you can explain that to me, how does it happen that you spend money towards your target, but when it is evaluated, you are rated at 0 achievement? And secondly, Chair, I do hear Mr. Shaw's Mbasha Nyabuzwa. Ngayizwa resistance yakho to what the AG has said, and you have appealed to National Treasury to side with you. No, on our side, we always listen to what the AG has said. It's just a comment. So my advice to you would be to say, comply. That resistance, I don't think it will take you any far. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Kaula, and I think your advice is good. The issue of the performance management, I think it's a problem. You know, HOD and your team, we must point out that when you were the Department of Arts and Culture as a department and the Department of Sport and Recreation used to receive clean audits. So it is a bit of concern now that in this merged department, that component does not appear to be performing as it should. Mike Top.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, your comment that sport and recreation always got clean audits is quite correct. They always had excellent reports. Chair, forgive me if I raise a fairly general thing again, and it relates to irregular expenditure. You know, this morning we've seen the situation in 2 departments where there are massive amounts of regular expenditure that go back 10 years or more in some cases. And we see that consultants have been brought in, for example, in the last departments to look at the condonation process. And, you know, this is not unique to these 2 departments. There's long outstanding condemnations for most departments. And I'm wondering if at some stage, I'm not sure whether Park will do this, but at some stage we need to take a serious look at this and try and expedite condemnation and obviously eliminate it altogether. But going back 10 years now, Chair, I don't even know where you start if you gave me that job to do. Thank you, Chair. Just a comment, but thank you for indulging me. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Well, money recovered or in the process of recovery in the case of the department, it's supposed to be 130.8 million. And that seems to be underway. But I agree with you about cumulative irregular expenditure. We had the situation, I think, with the Department of Education where their staff get, where there was overpayment because people retired, etc. It had to become prescribed. So it was money lost to government. And that's, money that we can ill afford to lose. So yes, your point is acknowledged. Are there any other comments or questions, people? Because if not, I will hand over to the department. I must recognize the presence of all the portfolio committee members, etc., who are here as well.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Kulu.
Thanks and greeting honorable members and our officials present, and to your Auditor General as well, officials as well. For me, I wanted just to echo the issue of organogram, and also agreeing with you on the issue of sport and recreation being used to have clean audits. Now, as long as the organogram has not been done, because now for the sake of accountability, how are they going to account if the organogram is still not done? I will ask this issue, if it's possible, the department to speed up the process of finalizing the organogram. So then those people who need to answer to certain questions or outstanding matters from arts and culture needs to do so. Otherwise, this department is going to end up in this mess for quite a long time. But I believe it's just coming from the organogram. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Kulu. And I think it's Thanks, Honorable Kulu. This matter was also raised by the Provincial Audit and Risk, the issue of vacancy. So, and especially with the merged department, because they need to find themselves. Okay, are there any other matters, colleagues? I'm looking to see if there are any hands. Okay, I think this department, it's faced with a bit of a challenge, and I think they have implemented recovery strategies. Let's give them some space. And if there is nothing more, colleagues, let's release them. HOD and your team, you are a new team. This is the first audit report as the merged department. We'll look to see improvements, especially around the irregular expenditure. Thank you very, very much. We can release the team from Sport, Arts and Culture.
Sorry, Chair.
Who is that? Kabo?
I'm not sure. I heard that there have been questions and concerns raised by members and the department hasn't yet responded.
Which is this?
Honorable Kaula also raised issues, but the department hasn't yet responded, ma'am.
Honorable Kaula, which of your matters? Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, let's hand over to the department.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. And once again, one wants to appreciate the fact that you keep going back to the fact that we are a new department. And indeed, we are a new department. Just to talk through some of the issues raised by honorable members, Honorable Kaula, I think, raised sharply the issue around having spent 100% and constructed zero facilities. I think here we have a technicality with the technical indicator definition. because we were on an indicator that says number of fitness centers constructed. Now, as we all know, with infrastructure, the construction thereof, it's a multi-year, program more often than not. So the TID needed to be sharpened, because when you say zero delivered, it means there is no completion or non-completion of that particular facility. However, there are a number of milestones that have been achieved, which is why Mr. Shozi in his presentation made it very clear to say we could have done better in how we crafted that indicator. We could have done better in terms of how we crafted the TID. So that is where the mismatch is. In terms of 100% expenditure, I think I will leave the expenditure issues with the CFO. But in terms of performance, that is the long and short in terms of that. And we've since improved, as Mr. Shozi was presenting. That indicator received attention. We've now recrafted it to make it matter and to measure exactly what it's supposed to measure, so that there are no doubts in terms of measurement. On the issues around irregular expenditure, I agree with the honourable member who said maybe it's a park issue, because honestly, it's not just our department that is sitting with irregular expenditure going back more than a decade. And I think we really need to be assisted here so that this can be cleared, so we can deal with the recent irregular expenditure. On the issues of your organogram, and its relation to us getting a clean or whatever audit opinion, I think we should reassure the meeting, as we said at the beginning, that we have it under control. There is a committee that is sitting on a regular basis to ensure that the organizational structure of the department is finalized. Because indeed, when you have a fully fledged structure, chances that you will fare better in your governance and your performance and so on are much greater. So that is our focus now. We have, however, Chairperson, as we had indicated earlier, the vacancies we've dealt with. We've advertised posts, and we filled recently 30 of the 35 that we advertised. And then we are also processing about 25 posts as we speak. And that is going to assist us a lot, particularly with risk management, because in as far as governance is concerned, we also had that, as a weakness to say risk management is not capacitated enough. So with this advert that is out and us getting new positions filled, risk management is also going to be capacitated. So I do agree with the chairperson that with the improvement plan that we've put in place, we are confident that we should go back to the clean audit. Well, I wouldn't say even go back, because there's no way of comparing. But as a new department, we are committing to a clean audit from now on. Thank you, Chair. We now will request the CFO to address the 100% spent on infrastructure as indicated by Honourable Kaula. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Yes, the 100% spend in relation to service delivery is what Honourable Kaula has read.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In terms of the spending of the allocation for the construction of fitness centers, I think in the previous financial year, there was a bit of a challenge where some of the milestones had not been achieved by the municipalities, and hence a decision was taken that since there were delays in the achievement of the set targets, the fund that was allocated would be directed to projects that were showing pressure. Hence, some of the allocation was moved to the Winston Churchill Art Center to assist there. The project was moving fast, and therefore some of the money was moved there, and the balance was surrendered to provincial treasury as the province was experiencing fiscal challenges. Hence, that full allocation that had initially been allocated for fitness centers was therefore reprioritized and not spent. So there's no 100% spending against no targets achieved. No, it was reprioritization that was undertaken by the department, and some of the projects, there's good improvement. Some of the municipalities have actually moved fast in terms of the construction of their fitness centers. Hence, the transfer payments have already been effected where there is good progress that has been noted by the department. We work in terms of the PFMA and the DORA, and the department has a responsibility to ensure that funds transferred are actually used for intended purposes. Hence, we set those milestones, and if they are achieved, we do transfer payments, and if they are not achieved, we follow up on that one and ensure that they are actually achieved. Therefore, thereafter, we can make the relevant transfers. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, CFO. Is there anybody else from the department wants to add? I can see a hand. I'm not sure who it is.
Chairperson, this is Eric Ruiz, the legal advisor. I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt the department. I wanted to wait until they've concluded, but if I may speak,
yes,
with your permission.
Continue, Eric.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment on one of the responses of the department, that prepayments will be avoided in future, except in exceptional circumstances. They will be approved by Treasury. Just to point out that Treasury does not have the power to approve prepayments, and that's in terms of the PFMA regulations, Regulation 1510 1.1 and 1510 1.2 specifically. It is absolutely the responsibility of the accounting officer to avoid prepayments, and the only exception is when the contractual arrangements, well, if it's in terms of the contract. So it would be up to the accounting officer to, in making such a contractual arrangement, to duly assess the risks, considering the responsibility to ensure that there's sufficient cash. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for that, Eric. Yes, I remember there was some other department as well, and Treasury was very clear that upfront payments are not Treasury is not in a position to go ahead. It's not in compliance with the PFMA. So thank you very much for that. And I think the department must be mindful. Don't even think about it. Any other issues, colleagues, additions? Okay. If there are no other hands, then we can conclude this hearing on the note that the department, we understand, is merged. So it's the first time. But remember, you came with a department that had received very good audit reports in the form of sport. And, you need to continue to pick that up with arts and culture as well. Arts and culture historically had an issue around the building of libraries, etc. And they used to go on a bit. And hopefully, this merged department, those things are cleared. But we'd like to thank the department for availing itself, being here to account, as you should. And hopefully, these findings will be cleared as per your plan, particularly around irregular expenditure and, the kind of imbalance between expenditure and service delivery. Thank you very, very much. We will release you.
Thank you, Honourable.
Thanks,
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, bye. Colleagues, our next department is education, whom we are seeing at 12:45. Right? It's a follow-up to the original meeting that we had with them, where we were not pleased with their responses. They have submitted written responses to us, and those have been circulated. So I suggest let's reconvene at 12:45 to meet the department. You can have a short break.
Really, Honorable Chairperson, siyathokoza.
Thank you, Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, I think we are ready to start. Tabo, do we have the department here?
Yes, ma'am. They're in a meeting.
Okay, fine. All right. Let me then just open and welcome this this meeting with the Department of Education. It's a follow-up meeting. Welcome, Honorable MEC and your team. Thank you very much for availing yourselves. We'd like to point out as well that we have received the presentation electronically, and the responses this time, Honorable MEC, certainly are much better and more to the point. But without further ado, let me just, colleagues from SCOPA, let me just point out that although the agenda has been flighted, this is actually an adjourned meeting So I think we'll do opening and welcome, attendance and apologies, constitution. I don't think we require the affirmation because it's been done already. Eric, you'll just guide me on this. If that is fine, then we will then proceed to the presentation of the report, which will be preceded by remarks from the MEC. Eric, is that all right? Or would we need to do the oath and affirmation again?
Chairperson, thank you. In my opinion, we need to do the oath and affirmation again because they are presenting new evidence. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Then we'll proceed in that way. So let me welcome everyone as I have done. In terms of attendance and apologies, the apologies we've had have already been tabled previously. We've got 2 substitutions and an apology from Honorable Cele. I'd also like to welcome the chairperson and members of the portfolio committee who are present with us as well. And in terms of constitution of the meeting, we are duly constituted. Let me then, Honorable MEC, before we hand over to you for remarks, let's ask the accounting officer and whoever else will be speaking to take the oath or affirmation.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, and members of SCOPA. My name is Gosnath Ngobo, the head of Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal. I hereby affirm that I will speak the truth and the truth only. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ngobo. Can you just hand over to who else from your team will be speaking so that they know the order in which they are speaking, taking the oath or affirmation, and we don't have to keep calling them?
Good day, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Lausim Rambaran, the CFO of Education. I swear to tell the truth, but nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Anybody else, HOD, who will be speaking?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable members. L.S. Chetty. I affirm to speak the truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Begi Masugu. I hereby affirm to speak the truth and the only truth. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Wezi Wehadebe. I hereby confirm that I will speak the truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Hadebe. Is that the last? Anybody else?
Good afternoon, members. My name is Doz Umlaba, Chief Director of Financial Services. I hereby confirm that I speak the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we done, HOD?
Sorry, it's Dr. Chetty also.
Okay.
Chair, I did affirm. Chair,
yes,
I did
Dr.
affirm.
Chetty did affirm, yes. So I think we are covered then, HOD. If there's anybody else before they speak, we'll call on them to take the oath or affirmation. Okay, Honorable MEC.
Yes, we are, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable MEC, thank you very much for availing yourself and for ensuring that we receive more comprehensive responses in comparison to the hearing previously. Let me call on you to make some opening remarks and comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, officials from the legislature, the HOD, and officials from the Department of Education. I greet you all. We are both honored and deeply grateful for the opportunity to address this esteemed committee and provide further responses concerning the matters highlighted in the Auditor General's report once again. Chairperson, please allow me to start our presentation by offering our sincere apologies for any misunderstandings that may have arisen during our previous appearance before the committee. We hold this committee and its work in the highest regard and want to stress that would never intentionally undermine the crucial efforts of the honorable members in maintaining accountability and transparency in the management of public resources. On ferry boats, Honorable Chair, one of the key areas of concern raised in the Auditor General's report relates to the procurement of 8 ferry boats by the department. These vessels were acquired in 2016 as part of the provincial government's commitment in ensuring safe transportation for students who need to cross rivers to reach their schools. At that time, the construction of bridges would have been a more time-consuming process, and the acquisition of these boats was seen as a more immediate response to the urgent necessity. Regrettably, during the procurement process, a comprehensive feasibility study had not been conducted on the rivers in question. It was later discovered that 7 out of the 8 procured boats could not be utilized due to the shallow nature of certain rivers, rendering them unsuitable for engine-propelled boats. These 7 boats were then temporarily stored at the Shark Spot in Umhlanga, Durban, while options for their utilization were explored. Chairperson, I'm pleased to report that the 8 boats is still in service, transporting students from Ovukeni Primary and Tlange schools in the Mkhanyakude district. Initially, the department has been in discussion with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs regarding the transfer of the other 7 boats for use by the Disaster Management Unit. However, as of yesterday morning, we were advised to engage with the Department of Transport, the Shark Spot, as well as the KZN Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, as they could also benefit from having access to these vessels for their operations. I wish to emphasize that we commit to working collaboratively with other government departments to find the most beneficial solution for these assets. On staff debts, honorable members, the department is vigorously pursuing measures to address staff debts and to recover amounts owed to the government by its employees. However, we are encountering specific challenges, particularly in the case of outstanding debts from former employees. Out of 550 million in staff debts in question, approximately 386 million, which represents 70%, is owed by former employees. The challenge with this particular debt is that it has surpassed a 3-year period and is now considered prescribed. Our records also show an in-service debt of about 34.2 million that remains recoverable, while the remaining portion constitutes the debt owed by former employees that is still eligible for recovery. The portion of debt classified as historical amounts to 386 million. However, it's important to note that 362 million of that has already reached the point of prescription, rendering it uncollectible. Some of the debtors are untraceable, while some have passed away in attempting to collect from their sorry, I beg yours. The department intends to write off these debts once funding becomes available. Chairperson, long sick leave debt cases result from recommendations from Health Risk Management Services. In the current financial year, the HRMS has processed 1,109 cases, of which 869 were approved, 191 declined, 7 deferred, 43 partially approved, and there's only 1 pending. Approved cases give rise to former employees' debts which the department can and will recover from leave gratuity and pension fund. An employee has to sign an acknowledgement of debt to enable the department to recover from pension fund. Declined or partially approved application give rise to in-service debts, and employees will sign acknowledgements of debts, and deduction will be made in line with the policy and prescripts. Honorable members, in cases where there is no court order for recovery, debts arising from consequence management will be recovered from leave gratuity. When official refuses to sign an acknowledgement, the matter will be pursued legally. Consequence management will also be applied against the officials who cause late terminations, including recovery from these officials. I can confirm that the department debts policy is under revision to allow recovery from negligent employees. On financial viability, in the face of budgetary constraint, the department remains committed to strict fiscal discipline while ensuring that service delivery is not compromised. To this end, we are implementing several measures to maximize the resources at our disposal and continuously review our strategies to ensure that no learner is left behind. Some of the measures that are being implemented include conducting some of the meetings on virtual platforms, which assist in reducing travel and accommodation expenses. There is a fuel cap on monthly fuel consumption for all departmental vehicles, as well as a reduction in kilometers traveled by official on official duty. Additionally, honorable members, the department has also not been filling office-based support staff posts while only filling critical educator vacancies at schools. As part of addressing internal controls deficiencies and eliminating financial leakages, we are working diligently to efficiently manage excess educators, leave applications, and temporary educator appointments. In conclusion, I extend my gratitude to this esteemed committee and all its honorable members for your continued support and guidance in ensuring accountability and transparency in our collective effort to uphold accountability and transparency in the Department of Education's work and programs. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity given to us by your good selves. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, and I'm glad that your intervention has yielded results, and thank you for the clarifications. Let's proceed directly to the presentation by and if that can be flighted, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to all the honorable members as well as officials of the department who are logged in elsewhere other than where we are. Honorable Chair, let me start off by saying that the remarks made by the MEC cover a lot of ground in relation to the responses that are there. So essentially, our presentation is almost identical to the remarks that that the MEC has just made, and therefore I'm not going to be lengthy in dealing with each slide. I'm just going to be, giving quick summaries because the MEC's remarks in red have covered a lot of the ground that I actually intended to cover. We move on to the second slide. the second slide simply outlines the issues that the committee wanted us to respond on. The first one being the question of the ferry boats that are not being utilized, and the question of SARS late payments, and the process, processing of appointments of a new service provider for NSNP, as well as the debt collection strategy. It also required us to deal with accruals. It required us to deal with strategy to deal with the financial viability as a going concern. It also lastly wanted us to report on SIU, as well as clear performance targets setting, as well as lastly expenditure management and consequence management. Now, if we move on to the next slide. The next slide talks to material irregularity that was raised by the AG relating to the boats that are not being utilized. The MEC has covered that extensively in her remarks. Indeed, we bought 8 ferry boats as way back as in 2016. Only one of those is actually in use. And on the basis of that, the AG has declared this a material irregularity and required us to act and required the accounting officer to respond in terms of how he is going to deal with the issue of the 7 unused boats. As the MEC has indicated, where we have to concede, we are conceding that in 2016 and years preceding that, when the decision was taken to actually buy the boats, the feasibility study was not really done perfectly, to the extent that we bought engine-propelled boats, which we realized when the boats were delivered that they were not suitable for shallow rivers, particularly during the winter months. The rivers were too shallow. Hence, 7 of these boats are not being used, except one which is used in Mkhanyakude district. That is slide 4. It's used in Mkhanyakude district, and we are naming what that boat is that is being used there in Mkhanyakude. The solution that we are looking at in relation to clearing this material irregularity, because the material irregularity, Chair, is basically about the non-utilization of the boats. Having considered that the feasibility study was not done, what we are now doing is negotiating with other government departments to transfer the assets to those departments that are going to be able to benefit and utilize these boats. The Department of COCTA is one such department. It could use the boats during disasters, but we also are looking at transferring some of them to the Department of to ETIA, because they've got entities, and one of the entities they have is the Shark Spot, and the Shark Spot also can use them, but they also control travel and tourism, and some of these boats can actually be used by that department. And we are committing that in terms of discussions we already had with COCTA, we would have concluded those by the end of October for implementation roughly by mid-November. But we can commit that by end of November 2023, we will have finalized the issue of the transfers of these boats to a department that is going to be able to use the boats. If we move on to the next slide. The material irregularity regarding SARS payments, late payments to SARS. I think on that particular one, we are in dispute with SARS in relation to how that is going to be settled. So there is an ongoing dispute which is being dealt with legally. And I can say that SARS has agreed, has conceded to some of our arguments, but it's a matter that is still being dealt with at the level of the courts. We move on to slide 7. Slide 7 deals with irregularity regarding the appointment of an NSNP service provider. In April 2023, it's well known that the department had engaged a service provider through a tender process, and the winning supplier was Pfma Retail, who failed to deliver in terms of the SLA, and ended up opting out. And that failure to deliver in terms of the SLA resulted in learners not being fed, particularly on the first 3 days of the second term. That is from April. But we may as well say here, Chair, that indeed, in our schools we have food. We always have food reserves in our school. Not all the food is depleted, all of it, and that is the reason why the accounting officer, when this happened, issued communication to all our schools to ensure that learners are fed by actually deviating from the daily menu that would have been prescribed, but to cook and serve food that was available. So we gave schools that latitude to ensure that we minimize a situation where schools are not fed at all. And indeed, in terms of the reports we were getting, most of our schools actually had food which had been left over from the previous term, and they did cook and learners were fed. But even the Auditor General's finding, of course, was that roughly 2,000 learners were not fed. But even if it's one learner, we still would say that it was regrettable that that happened. That some learners were not fed. And the issue of the private label service provider is a legal matter because they opted out, but subsequently wrote to us to say that when their opting out was subject to specific conditions. And one of the conditions, the main condition of their opting out of the contract was that the department must pay them for what had been consumed and what had been received by the service provider. And that matter has been hanging, the payment side has been hanging because we couldn't pay without verifying what foodstuffs and to what value were actually received by our districts and by our schools. That process took place until about the end of, it took place for the whole of July and August, and early October, we made the first payment to the service provider that we were in dispute with around the termination of that contract. And as long as there was this issue of whether the contract with the service provider is live or dead, we were advised legally that we cannot advertise that as long as that was still an issue. That will soon be finalized now because we have on our side fulfilled that condition of actually paying them for food that they delivered. In the meantime, in order to ensure that there is continuous feeding of learners, we went back to our NSNP policy, which does, of course, provide that where the private label defaults in terms of it defaults in feeding learners or in supplying to the small SMMEs that it was supposed to supply, that the SMMEs would then be able to would then be able to go and buy anywhere else in warehouses and retailers and in other distribution center. We then gave those, the original 3-year contract that they had, but of course we put a clause that says subject to any developments legally that may arise, and we put that clause because there is always and there was a great potential that the winning service provider, the service provider who had been engaged, would have or could have taken us to court if, for example, if, for example, we then were saying that service providers can buy from anyone else while they still believe that they are contracted to us. But we actually strongly believe that the issue of that contract with them is now a thing of the, will soon be a thing of the past, because we have now paid them after the verification exercise, which the Department of Education did together with Provincial Treasury, because we didn't want to do it alone. We wanted to be overseen. We wanted the process to be overseen and monitored by Provincial Treasury, and that really assisted us in that the accounting officer was then satisfied that what we are paying is what we actually received and is what we actually benefited from. If we move on to the next slide, which is slide 9. In slide 9, it talks to our debt collection strategy, and the MEC traversed this in her opening remarks. The issue of the debt, I think she explained it, that of the 550 million debt owed by employees, 386 million are actually ex-employee debt. Most of those were actually inherited from ex-departments of education. They are very old debts, and in the main, these are people who exited the system owing the department already for various reasons. It's not people that we are continuing to pay. I think I read in the media that the one journalist was saying we are continuing to pay, this money. It's money that these employees left the system owing, and it was for various reasons. Some were owing because their leave applications were not approved to the full number of days, to the total number of days that they had already taken. There were employees, for example, who would get a doctor's letter that puts them on leave for 3 months. And as per policy, would then subject those to our own health risk manager and their doctors, who would then come up with a different opinion and advise us in some cases that this particular employee actually deserves 1 month leave, not 3 months leave that they had already taken. And as a result of that, such employees would then leave, exit the system owing us 2 months' pay, which they received while they were actually still in our employ. And as we indicated last time, We tried to get, debt collectors to do it, but they struggled to find them because some of them had addresses that they used when they were still at work, and when they left the employment, they were elsewhere. But in any event, most of those debts had actually were over 3 years and had actually prescribed. We are, as a department, looking at writing off those debts. But of course, writing off a debt requires that we must have cash to offset the debt that we are actually writing off. And with the fiscal situation in the department that we're facing, we are not able yet to actually correctly write procedurally write off the debt. The disadvantage of this 362 million being part of our books is that it accumulates interest, and it actually undermines even our efforts where we collect. For example, on the right hand side we collect, on the left hand side interest is accumulating, and the interest that is accumulating is based on a figure inclusive of the prescribed debt, which makes the interest higher. And when you then look at our books, and when the Auditor General looks at our books, it will be like there's very little progress we're making in collecting debts, whereas as we collect, the interest also is coming in and is being added, and it's the interest on a debt that we are not able to actually recover because it has legally prescribed, and in some cases even those employees are no longer in the employ of the system. The rest of slide 10 deals with what I've just talked to. The issue of how these debts arise, and the issue there at the bottom of slide 11 talks to irregularities and fraudulent activities, that may occur within the department. We do investigate fraudulent activities and irregularities that happen within the department. And like I said last time, I think our constraint we have capacity constraint. We considered that we have capacity constraints in the internal control unit. And even yesterday, we were in a meeting with Provincial Treasury to try and get assistance with respect to the capacity that we're lacking. And when we're talking capacity here, we're talking about just warm bodies that we simply do not have to conduct investigations fast enough so that we're able to bring people to book. But where we have, it doesn't mean we've not done any investigations and we have not employed any consequence management where there's fraud. And the members would recall, Honorable Chair, that in the department we have had a number of very senior managers on suspension, and very senior managers going through disciplinary processes and even being dismissed. So to the extent that we have been able to conduct investigations and find that there are prima facie cases that employees must respond to, we have not shied away from acting, even against senior managers. And Chair, I can actually point out to the fact that even now, in the past audit, there were findings around people who were overpaid and by our employees. We have conducted the investigation there because we prioritized some of the cases. This one we prioritized because it actually meant that we're bleeding money we shouldn't be bleeding, and we caught the officials who are who were responsible for that. And there are processes that are on. And in fact, we are looking at actually criminally prosecuting some of them, besides disciplinary processes that will be taking place. So there is consequence management, but of course it is hampered by our pace of investigations, which is in turn is hampered by our lack of capacity. On slide 11, Chair, no, slide 12, we're talking about late terminations and our debt collection strategy. Again here, Chair, in the last meeting, we did speak about us employing an electronic system that was going to help us deal with late terminations. To the extent that these were happening, we are seeing improvement in terms of late terminations happening. But where there have been late terminations, we have investigated, and we are going to be bringing, of course, some employees to book for that. In fact, the first thing we did around this was, after investigations, the initial thing we did was to write warning letters to managers who are in charge of those employees who may not have done their work on time. And we then issued, clear standard operating procedures for all our employees, so that if anyone falls foul of the policies that we have now clarified through standard operating procedures, no one can hide behind saying that they were not aware, and hence to the extent that investigations get completed, there will be people who are going to be charged and be held responsible. That is why the MEC was saying in her presentation that we as a department are, or in fact have already amended our debt collection policy to provide for collection from individuals who are responsible for the late termination of employees. The other precaution that we're taking, Honorable Chair, is, from experience, what we've seen is that some in-service employees from whom we are collecting debt now while they're still at work, when they retire sometimes still owing on the debt that we were collecting while they were working. And when they retire, they then, when time for retirement comes, for us to retrieve or to recover money from their pension, they've got to sign an acknowledgement of debt. And they, knowing that if they don't sign the acknowledgement of debt, the department won't be able to recover from their pension without first following the legal route of getting a court order garnishing, for example, their pensions until they've paid us. They generally then refuse to sign an acknowledgement of debt. So what we are now doing is to cause them to sign an acknowledgement of debt while they are still in our employ. If, for example, there was leave that was unauthorized or that was not recommended by the health risk manager, and we had begun deducting from their salaries, and the time for retirement or they resign comes, when that time comes, they should already have signed an acknowledgement of debt that says that should they resign or retire, they are going, the money is going to be recovered from their salary. So we want them to sign it while they're still at work and while we are still recovering, from their salaries, to say that should you resign or retire before the full amount has been recovered, you must sign now that we will recover it from your pension, because we have learned the hard way that when the actual time comes for retirement, they do not readily sign an acknowledgement of debt, knowing very well that we won't be able to touch their pension in terms of existing laws without them having signed an acknowledgement of debt. The next slide talks to accruals, and that was raised again by the committee. Accruals obviously arise where services and invoices are received after the end of the financial year, and the accruals that are unavoidable, are those, for example, of NSNP. Because as government we pay after services have been rendered, and because we pay these monthly after the claims for a particular month have been submitted, the 31st of March, the March invoices can't be paid before the 31st of March. As a result, that becomes, those becomes accruals, and generally, Treasury grants us a rollover for such incidents where the accrual was unavoidable. The second reason why sometimes we have accruals is a situation where we simply do not have cash in the bank to actually pay for service providers, although they are loaded on bus. Because there's no money to pay them before the financial year, we end up paying them in the new financial year, all arising out of the fact that we are underfunded. And particularly on the compensation of employees side, we have said this, we are underfunded. There are about 5,000 employees, educators in the main, that we cannot afford, but we could afford at some point in the past, but generally with a number of things that have been happening. For example, wage agreements not fully funded, because you see, for the first time in this year, the wage agreement was not funded at all. But even in previous years, the wage agreements were not fully funded. And as a department, we kept on lagging behind. Just in the 2021-22 financial year, the wage agreement was funded, but as a department, and we did report this, we were 250 million short. Even in previous years, the wage agreement was funded, but we were always, a couple of hundreds of millions short in terms of that, and because of that, the department's ability to afford the workforce it had kept on eroding year in, year out. The dilemma, of course, is that we cannot retrench teachers. At great pain, the only thing we're doing is to not fill public service, side posts, which again leads to another disadvantage of slow service delivery. For example, if you don't fill a post of an administrator who deals with pensions, on the other side, you're going to have people whose pensions are not paid on time because you haven't filled you don't have enough capacity to process certain things. But because the classroom is our centerpiece, we tend to want to insulate it from the fiscal problems that we have. But we can only do so much with about 5,000 teachers that we have reported this year and the previous year. that we're unable to afford, leading to us leading to unauthorized expenditure because we are paying them anyway. There's no month where because we cannot afford them. There's no month where we actually don't pay them, and we don't have the option of actually reducing the number of teachers that we have. So we run out of cash every year, and our accruals are as a result of that. If the issue of funding the compensation budget to the full in respect of the number of employees that we have, if that issue were to be resolved, then the issue of accruals, other than those that I mentioned, which are unavoidable, like NSNP, the issue of accruals would actually be resolved. I must indicate that we will be getting some relief in the sense that we have been informed that National Treasury is going to partly fund the wage agreement for this year. But they are going to fund the wage agreement to the tune of 78%, not 100%. In other words, there's going to be 22% underfunding of the wage agreement. Now, to us, 22% is a lot of money. In fact, our calculations are that in terms of the wage agreement, we should have received 3.1, but we are receiving about 2.3, which means we're short with about 800 million. And 800 million is a lot of money because we're short of 800 million now in terms of how this wage agreement was financed. It's already a red flag that says that we're not going to be able, come end of the financial year, to avoid, over expenditure unless we reduce the number of teachers. But we can't reduce the number of teachers, and that's the dilemma that we always face year in, year out as a Department of Education. But we, as accounting officer, we have an obligation to ensure that the legal we have is spent with utmost fiscal discipline in the department. And hence we have done certain things, which, are basically new in the department in terms of doing them. For instance, in order to sustain the department, we've got to save somewhere. We have, for instance, a fuel cap on consumption of all departmental exemptions, vehicles. We're doing this so that even officials who have garaging authority, who take cars home, don't take cars and abuse them over weekends or in the evenings when they're actually not doing departmental work. We have also put trackers in our vehicles so as to ensure that we know where our vehicles are, and we can actually trace the history of where the vehicle traveled, at what time, and on which day. And that has reduced significantly the abuse of our state vehicles by employees, because now we know where they are, or we can trace back to where each car traveled and where it went, and be able to check whether it could have been there on official duty or not. There's also a reduction in kilometers traveled by officials even on duty. We are reducing virtual meetings to, contact meetings to virtual ones, so as to reduce the question of traveling. So we are borrowing things that we did so well during COVID. We are continuing to do such even now, so that we are able to save. I've already mentioned that we are not filling office-based support staff posts. We are only filling, educator posts. And even there, with the educator posts, we don't fill all substitute educator posts that arise. The Department of Education is the only one where if an employee is not at work because of illness or maternity leave, provides a substitute educator. No department in the public service has that. During that period, there are 2 employees who would be paid. It's the employee who is on leave and the employee who is substituting. We are now scrutinizing every substitute appointment. In some cases, we actually request principals to redistribute the duty load of teachers so that we end up not appointing a substitute educator, unless absolutely necessary. For example, in cases where the educator on leave or on maternity leave is the one teaching mathematics or science, and in the staff, there is no one who could, that the load could be distributed to within the staff. We're doing well in managing the post-provisioning norms in our schools, and we're ensuring that surplus educators are deployed to vacant posts, with consequences where surplus educators are unduly refusing to be redeployed. We do apply consequence management in such cases. We're improving on our management of long leave, on granting of overtime. In fact, there's no overtime in the department except for examinations officials, where overtime cannot be avoided because when a paper is written in the morning, for example, as we're about to start writing examinations, there are officials who must be on the road by 5 o'clock in the morning, and we can't avoid then granting them overtime. But ordinarily, we have we don't grant overtime that easily to anyone, except for where we have no other option. With the problems that we've had in terms of paying for services, all arising out of our compensation budget shortfall, because when we are short on compensation on your compensation budget, because PESAL runs every month and pays everyone, it ends up wiping off any money that we have in the bank, including money that was meant for goods and services. It ends up, through PESAL being taken, and it ends up paying, leaving us with little or nothing to pay for services. And that's the reason why, for example, we have had electricity cutoffs, particularly in eThekwini municipality, affecting some of our critical buildings. But that was resolved last Friday. Malgate Building, Truro House, and Pinetown district offices are back and are reconnected. We are looking at, therefore, installing prepaid meters, and the team has been also looking at putting solar systems in some of our critical buildings, so that we end up off the grid altogether for some of the buildings. Because what happens is that when our schools are owing, the municipalities disconnect our buildings, and I think they are allowed by their own policies to actually do that, to collect to cut off departmental offices for the non-payment by schools, for example. But we are continuously working with provincial treasury, and provincial treasury has been very supportive of us. I think they really get into our shoes whenever we report our matter to them, and to the extent that they are able, they've been coming through for us, they've been assisting us. But of course, they themselves depend on allocations from National Treasury, and hence sometimes it is not possible for them to assist us, as provincial treasury. The next slide now is slide 18, which talks to financial viability strategy. I think we've already dealt with that in terms of how we are trying to achieve some, or improve some efficiencies so that we are able to at least minimize the over expenditure that we we find ourselves in year in, year out. Then on slide 19, we are supposed to report on the project, on the invoice owed to KZN SIU for investigations and participating in disciplinary processes against some of our employees, and we can report that we are currently processing invoices of what we owe. Yeah, and we are processing the invoices, and the invoices, will be paid in due course once our own internal processes of checks and balances are completed. Then the question of setting of that's slide 20. Slide 20, clear setting of performance targets, and where we actually are outlining exactly what is it that we're doing to set targets. We guided, of course, by DPME, Treasury, as well as DPE. And program managers set targets for indicators related to their programs, taking past trends into account. However, there are some indicators, such as those related to teacher training, that are guided by DPE to reach an entire cohort of grade 3 maths teachers, for example. We have recommended that a target not be set below the baseline for previous years. So we have to take also into cognizance of other oversight committees, such as the AG and DPME, that warn departments on setting targets that are too low or that are lower than the baseline, because it may create, so they argue, a sense of false achievement, and it's always recommended to aim higher. Thus, there are instances where higher targets are set, for example, on examination results. On examination results, for example, for grade 12, we can't set a target that's below the baseline that we had set last year. For example, in 2022, we had set a target of 80%. We achieved 83%. Now, in our new target setting, we can't set a target that's actually below 83%, because 83% has now become our new baseline, and those are the things that sometimes make us fail to reach certain targets, but we are unable to aim lower simply because we failed. But it's a debatable matter, which our teams are constantly looking at in terms of how target setting can be improved. We try our best to reach our targets. However, in certain instances, it's not possible due to factors such as budget cuts, for example. And we do provide reason for not achieving targets. And we do provide supporting documents that support why we could not be able to achieve targets. We do review targets, of course, that are repeatedly underachieved, always bearing in mind that the attempted to reach should be as high as possible, so that we don't leave out any beneficiaries. If we're targeting to reach so many learners benefiting from NSNP, we've got to do that, bearing in mind that you can't leave out, deserving beneficiaries. But sometimes, of course, the budget might not allow. We are reviewing targets for 2023-24 to ensure that all targets are achievable. And I think we have put examples of those targets that have necessitated that we review them. Slide 23, it's on expenditure management. We have indicated some of those, and I'm not going to repeat how we're trying to control the expenditure to the extent that we can, without necessarily reducing the number of employees that we have. On consequence management, I think I've already spoken to that around late termination. What is it that we are doing and that we have done on consequences of misdemeanor? I think I've already mentioned that it's in slide 25, where we have conducted an investigations and completed them. And we have found two employees. Two employees have actually resigned after we had conducted the investigation. In fact, they resigned while we were conducting the investigation. And only one of the three is still in our employ, and we are taking disciplinary action against her. Those that have resigned, we have already gone to the police, and we are giving the case number there. It's case number 135/2023. We are prosecuting them. We intend prosecuting them criminally, and we also intend communicating this so that it becomes a deterrent to other employees who may in future be tempted to do what these employees did. Over and above that, we are going through the whole establishment to check whether each person is paid what they should be paid, and also to check whether there are no ghost employees, particularly around temporary appointments, because these employees who are appointed and resulted in payments of people who are not even working in the department, these employees used the appointment of Presidential Youth Initiative employees, and we are following up, particularly on those temporary employees, the appointment of food handlers, the appointment of ECD practitioners, because that's where the risk, that's where we have identified the risk. But also we are talking to Provincial Treasurer and the Office of the Premier to strengthen our personnel controls so that we are able to control expenditure, and to be able to also find out early enough where something untoward is happening, particularly with our personnel system. Honorable Chair and members, that takes us to the end of our presentation. And thank you very much, Chair. we will await, questions and recommendations and resolutions of SCOPA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, HOD. Colleagues, I think you'll agree that there is a far more comprehensive presentation, and we do appreciate both the involvement of the MEC and the HOD in getting this done. So thank you for that. I think we must also appreciate the fact that each of these points actually is in the form of a separate a file that has been sent to us as well, colleagues. So let me open the floor for discussion, comments, clarity. I note also that there are members of the Portfolio Committee present. The floor is yours, colleagues. I can see a hand, but I'm not sure whose hand it is.
It's Imran.
Okay,
Kika.
Right. Honorable Kika, if you will just hold on, let me deal with the SCOPA people first. Honorable Kaula, Honorable Kulu, and then we'll come to you, Honorable Kika.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to honorable members, Honorable MEC, HOD and your team. Thanks for the responses that have been given to us. One notes, Chair, the explanation of the HOD in respect of the debts. Well, I'll engage him some other time on that one. I also do sit in education, but one notes the explanation of how it accumulates and how it happens. My worry is that this explanation keeps on changing colors like a chameleon, but we'll deal with that some other time. Just one question, Chairperson. On the NSNP issue, the HOD says that they have done the verification with the assistance of the Department of Finance, Provincial Treasury, and they've finished the verification. And I noted the issue where he said they've made the first payment. Now, when he says first payment, my assumption is there will be other payments. I just wanted to confirm that maybe it was a slip of the tongue when he said first payment. But my main issue in this question is when they did the verification, the HOD explained that the service provider made the service or did the service for 3 days. Now, in that 3 days, there were issues, there were gaps that were reported by the schools. Issues of non-delivery in certain instances, issues of, for lack of a better word, rotten staff, issues of insufficient materials and so on and so forth. Now, did the verification take all of that, those gaps that were reported into consideration? And secondly, Chair, what was the final figure that was agreed upon by both the service provider and the department for the 3 days that was served? What is the figure? And has all that figure that was agreed upon been paid? Has it been agreed to? Has it been paid in full? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Kaula. I've noted Honorable Kulu and Honorable Kika. Let me add Honorable Mudli and Chairperson of the Committee, Honorable Sonjika. In that order, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Also, thank you for a thorough report back or responding from the question that was raised on the previous meeting. One, I must start with by appreciating the issue when I heard the report when they talks of the filling of a teacher's post, because that has been quite an issue. So if they do prioritize on the issue of filling of those posts of teachers, I think we must appreciate that in the circumstances where the budget cuts are also giving them a hard time on this department. And also, through this report, I'm actually have a feeling to say, I feel like there is a level of accountability in the department, through this report. That was my feeling when this report was all given to us today. Now, the next one is, I'm not sure, maybe they were I don't think that it was part of the question that was raised previously, but the issue, I heard you spoke about the issue of debtors. I heard the strategy of how are they going to collect, though I'm not fully happy about it because I don't know what's new. What is that they've been doing all along, and then is that whatever that we're presenting, is it going to work out from what they used to do before? But also, mine will be also this one. The next one will be on the issue of creditors. Especially if you remember in one of the department is reported, Special Department of Works, they have a serious issue with Department of Education on the issue of owing. It's also crippled the Department of Works. I know also it's an effect of the budget cuts as well. And then also the issue of employees left with debt and refusing to sign acknowledgement of debt. I heard that they now have a new strategy where how are they going to enforce the signing of acknowledgement of debt. But what I did not hear, have they started that? Or is it still, or are they looking, it's just a plan, or have they started that? And then the next one will be in the issue of escalating interest on those debts of staff. Have they reported that to AG, and the AG, is there any plan to assist to curb this escalating debt? Because with interest, it will ever grow. And it's even worse where you said some of these employees have already left. So then the AG maybe would treasure needs to assist the department to find a solution. How are we going to curb the ever growing of this debt? Yeah, I think that will be mine, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Kulu. Can we go to Honorable Kika?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Greetings to everybody. It's been a while since we all met, other than the sitting. So it's good to be able to be sitting here and discussing these issues. Madam Chairperson, Honorable Kaula and I serve on the Education Committee, and he has covered many of the things that I would have asked. However, Honorable Rogers has also asked me to sit in for him here today. I don't know if that was conveyed to Scopa. On the boat issue, I think a lot of it can be dealt with in terms of my questions and so on in the Portfolio Committee when we meet soon. However, I wish to place on record that I believe that it is indeed an indictment on the department given the history that was presented today in the form of the slides and information that was given to us in terms of speedily dealing with this matter, given that it has been dragging along for a number of years in its various aspects. Secondly, on the staff debt, there doesn't seem to be any improvement showing because the write-offs that the HOD mentioned are actually contingent to the availability of funds. In my understanding, unless the CFO and HOD can correct this, but I believe it's contingent to the availability of funds. In other words, where we stand right now from the presentation that was made to me, to us here today, it appears to have probably stagnated at a certain point. And if there is a way forward, I don't think it has been sufficiently expressed in this presentation, unless in the responses they can tell us how that will change. With regards to the NSNP, the HOD said on record here today that there was no depletion of the food. And this is actually not what we found when we visited during the oversights. He also gave the duration of just 3 days, and the sequelae of it actually was longer. He also said on record today that there were only 2,500 learners that were affected by this. I believe, or I aver, that this may be a slip of his tongue, because in fact, it was probably more like 2.5 million learners or more. And I think we should give him the opportunity to correct this. Otherwise, the figure of 2,500 would be misleading SCOPA under oath. And I think we must give the HOD an opportunity to correct it by giving us the exact number. Again, with regards to recovery of debt, he said that we will charge defaulters. Again, this is a commitment repeatedly made. However, there's been no evidence of this that I have seen. The unfunded wage agreement is very concerning, and it puts the financial viability of the department on the rocks. The finances of the department, in my view, are precarious, as the expenditure trend indicates, and that is very concerning. And lastly, Madam Chairperson, that the MEC and the department had to reappear before SCOPA is indeed an indictment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, can you hear me?
I'm taking over now. This
You're
is
taking over.
Africa. This is Africa, you know, power is contested. Chairperson, Chairperson, we're waiting for you.
I'm right here, Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Chair, I have one concern, Chair. If you look at the staff, the HOD spoke about teachers that are on long sick leave, and then we got to get substitutes, and then we're paying 2 people. In some instances, Chair, you know, you got people staying at home for 5 years, 6 years, and they're still collecting a salary. So, you know, my concern is, what is the department? We've got district directors, we've got officials in districts. Are they doing the job? Are they competent or incompetent? Because at certain times, we got to remind them that this is what is going on, this is what is taking place, and then we got to bring it to the attention of the HOD. So if we employ incompetent people, that's what we are, and that's why our wage bills, and we haven't got money on that. Because some of the principals as well, Chair, they don't, the PPI, the PPN in schools. When you talk about PPN, the children that go to high school, they are still accounted for, and they still want more teachers in schools so they can mess up things, and then they can keep the teachers in the school. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mudli. The issue of the PPN is a sore issue. You'll recall that, members, that over various periods we have raised the issue also of ghost teachers and headcount, but Advocate Masuku seemed to have got a handle on it. Honorable Sanjika, you are next.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you and honorable members, and greetings to the MEC and the HOD. I think I'm covered mainly by members who have raised some of the issues, and I also want to express that we are happy with the report. Some of the issues will obviously take them up after SCOPA. I do also, without speaking on behalf of the department, I do not know to what extent us now as members we take up the issue of the budget in terms of the personnel, because I think it's a national issue that we need to find a way. Otherwise, we will be back here next year lamenting on the same issue in terms of what the AG would be saying on this matter. The last question I will ask, maybe from the HOD and the MEC, would be: are they not considering selling these boats as well to private individuals if they were to look at the market, if there is appetite for these boats to be sold? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. In fact, the issue of the boats is something that I think at the Portfolio Committee level you should interrogate further, because given that you have a cash-strapped department, you should be also looking at cost recovery. And, you know, if there can be, as you've said, that kind of issue where they can at least get some funds, because those boats cost quite a lot of money, it would also be a useful thing to do. Thanks, Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. So I think the issue should go to the Portfolio Committee for discussion to see whether there is an element of cost recovery around the reallocation or reuse of the boats, and whether they can be sold or leased or whatever. I don't know. But it's worth looking at. Thanks for that. Colleagues, are there any other issues before I hand over to the department? Honourable Sojika, I see your hand, but I'm not sure if it's the legacy hand or...
Yeah, no, my apologies, Chair, my apologies.
Okay, fine. Then let's hand over to the department.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Chair and members, and thanks a lot for the questions and the comments and the counsel that we're receiving from the committee. I am going to just deal with some of the questions that were raised by Honourable Kaula on the issue of first payment for the NSNP provider, and whether there will be further payments. I must respond to that the process of verification took us almost 2 months, but compared to what the service provider had submitted, the invoice that they had submitted, we had to go through every item to check whether, and we came up with a decision to say what was now common cause verified by ourselves and Treasury, we pay them. But there are outstanding, there are 2 districts, in fact, that are outstanding, which we've now completed as a districts. So it was in that context that I was saying that the first payment, it's because we haven't, finalized, all the invoices for payment. But where we have finalized and where we have verified and are satisfied, we have paid. So there will definitely be a further payment that I know of for 2 districts that are left, because the documentation pertaining to them had not all been received. It was received subsequently, and we have verified it. What is left is for us to take it further with Provincial Treasury. On the issue of when I referred to 3 days, what I meant was the challenge was in the main on the first 3 days, because remember the schools opened on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Those are the 3 main days where there was a big challenge, and from the weekend of that week, we saw deliveries, and the following week improved. And those were deliveries now for the whole month of April, not just for for 3 days. Yes, there were problems, which is why we are verifying, because we had instructed our schools to report where food that arrived was not in good conditions, and principals reported that in those cases that this was delivered, but this was not not in good condition. The verification that we were doing included that, because we wanted to be sure that we are paying for benefit received rather than paying because an invoice has been received. It was more benefit received, verified in even up to the level of the of the school. So that's how we dealt with, for instance, substandard, the vegetables or whatever. The principals reported those, such, and we therefore paid for what was usable when received. I think Honorable Polo is asking about what's new in our debt. I think what we keep on improving, based on loopholes that we see after implementing. One of the new things, for instance, is that one of causing people to sign while they're still in service, because we realized that one of the loopholes was that while they're in service, we collect. Then they resign or retire, and then refuse to sign or are unwilling to sign acknowledgement of debt. So the money that we were collecting while they were waiting suddenly becomes difficult to collect, because they know very well that the pension fund can't be touched by law, except if we have a court order, which would mean we would have to take each individual, to court, after following, of course, the due process, and finally you might then receive an order in your favor as a department. So we are causing them to sign while they're still in our employ, while we still have control over them. On the escalating interest, what is it that can be done? I think this links to Honorable Kika's question. I mean, the old debt that we can't recover. The unfortunate thing is that interest, gets added, and therefore, on the face of it, when you look at our books, you would realize that there's no change, because we are collecting this side, interest is being added on the other side. But what can be done? That's the question. What can be done is it boils back to injection of funding into the department, so that we are able to actually, we are able to finance even this, because with improved efficiencies, we are making some savings, but the savings that we make are not enough even to cover the over expenditure that we incur due to the compensation budget. So we end up not having cash to offset the write-off of our debts. So that's it. That's the catch-22 situation that we're in, and we accept the counsel that says we must continue talking to Treasury about this, because it doesn't look good in our books. That 386 million or 550 million really is not good. It depicts a picture, a very bad picture of our department. We are going all out, though, to try and deal with this. It's just that it does need funding for us to be able to deal with it. the unfunded wage agreement, I think we agree with Honorable Kika. It's concerning. Like I was saying, it's not the first time that it was just the first time that National Treasurer was saying they were not going to fund it at all. But even in previous years, they were partly funding it, resulting in us being like in the previous year, we're 250 million short. This year, they are funding it at 78%. Again, there is going to be still a shortfall of close to $1 billion. I did indicate that we have a shortfall now. With the 78% funding, we still have a shortfall of about 800 million, and that's a lot of money. It then accumulates to what will happen at the end of the financial year and what will happen in the financial year 2024-25. And that is why it is very urgent. What Honorable Sonjita was referring to when he was saying that as members in the legislature, you might have to assist us as well in terms of the funding problems of the department, given the fact that, like I've stated many times before, given the fact that we can't reduce the number of teachers. It's not an option to reduce the number of teachers, and that's the main problem. We rely on teachers. We don't run the department through projects, for example. It's not like we can say we'll stop building schools. We don't have money to build schools in any event. We've got very little in our equitable share for building schools. Otherwise, we would say, okay, let's stop building schools and rechannel the money to compensation. But it's not there. The only way we survive in relation to building schools and even maintaining schools is through the infrastructure conditional grant. Without that grant, we would struggle to repair our schools. We wouldn't be able to even build new schools. So we don't have that option either of stopping certain maybe capital projects in order to finance the compensation budget. Our only hope is to at some point be funded, while we also improve our efficiencies. But our only hope really would be that while we do that, we get the funding which is equal to the number of employees that we actually have, because we can't reduce them. Of course, Honorable Chair, you did indicate that some of these issues are going to be referred to the Portfolio Committee, and we'll gladly, discuss and take counsel even from from the Education Portfolio Committee when it does meet. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, HOD. Honorable Kaula, I see your hand. Is this a new hand? And I see you will be followed by Honorable Sonjika.
Yes, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. It's a new hand. Thanks, HOD. But HOD, you missed the very important part of my question, the how much part, the figure. So far, what you have paid, how much? Thanks.
Yes.
Don't respond yet, HOD. Let's get Honorable Sonjika first.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the responses. I just want to check with the HOD the issue of condemnations. To what extent is the department getting that in order with the provincial treasurer? Because some of these things keep coming back even in the committee because there is no finalization or the process of condemnations. I don't know why are they slow, whether it's department that is not able to satisfy the treasurer in terms of what they are submitting for condemnations. Thanks, Chair.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Are we covered?
No,
Honorable MEC, do you want to speak first or the HOD? I'm not sure. I thought the
No,
MEC
I
would
will
speak.
I will speak after him, Honorable Chair, if you
Okay.
allow me to.
No, that's fine, MEC. Okay, HOD?
Thank you very much, Chair. The question of how much is, we've paid 70.6 million, and that was for deliveries for the month of April. Not for 3 days, but for the month of April. That's what we've paid so far. And the 2 districts that are left, it's minimal amounts. That will be paid in addition to what we've already paid. I think it's hardly 10 million, but I'm not sure. I will check, but it should not be, it will be around that what is actually left. On condonations, I think the honourable chairperson of the Federal Committee is raising an important issue. Condonation of the over expenditure that we incur almost every year. Of course, there's a process, but the main reason I indicated is that shortfall in the compensation in the compensation budget, and we always really we are always as a department complaining that this is a matter beyond our control, and as we speak now, I think the over expenditure that we incurred in 2021-22 was not condoned, and instead what is happening is 200 million. It was an over expenditure of about 900 million or so, and 200 million now is charged from our account. Every financial year. In other words, for the next 5 years, 200 million is going to go, and those are the things that actually make us sink deeper and deeper in terms of over expenditure, because if you have a budget and already 200 million is going to be taken away, and already the over expenditure incurred is going to be the first charge in your new budget, your chances of recovering from that become slimmer and slimmer, and it gets worse when you add the wage agreement issues that are never fully funded. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll hand over to the MEC.
Okay,
Thank
but
you, Honourable
sorry, Honourable MEC. Just before you come in, there is the PFMA and first charges, Honourable MEC?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the committee. Let me once more reiterate our commitment in ensuring that we come to your committee to account. And I must say it's so unfortunate that Honourable Kika is seeing it as an indictment, yet we believe that coming to SCOPA is a responsibility of us as the department, and it's where we even get more guidance so that we make sure that we maintain clean governance. It's so unfortunate that he is seeing it that way. Nevertheless, Chair, allow me to thank your good selves and thank you once more for giving us more opportunity to come here to clarify issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Colleagues, I don't see any other hands. There are obviously many issues. And I'm glad that the chairperson is here together with other members of the committee. They can pick those up in the portfolio committee, because there are portfolio committee issues. Ours is to look at finance and the audit outcomes and the improvements in relation to that. The department has presented, some strategies to us, which we are noting. Obviously, we'll have follow-up resolutions there, but it's certainly, MEC and your team, much better than the previous hearing, where the only thing we were being told was there was no money. Here we are being given a bit of the nuts and bolts about how you intend effecting, some cost-cutting measures, about how you intend dealing with boats that have been left, purchased and left unused, except for one. And we've been given some explanation as to the staff debt, although the new debt, I think heads must roll for that, because there is a new debt of over 200 and some odd million. But I think progress is noted, Honorable MEC, in your team. And it seems to me that members don't have the appetite to ask any more issues right now. So I think with that, let us then release you. And once again, thank you, MEC, because we can see that you have actually been pretty hands-on here, getting your team to put together a more credible response to their audit outcomes. We will monitor it. I think we will be calling the department back in February to see what's going on, but and we will be holding you to the commitments that you have made. So thank you very much to all of you, and we can then close this hearing, colleagues.
Siyathokoza sihlalo hloniphekile. Thank you very much.
Siyathokoza.
Wazwajabula. Siyabonga sihlalo.
Siyathokoza MC.
Unjabulo.
Thank you.
Injabulo ekuwena.
How? I'm doing my work. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Siyabonga, thanks.
President Hlabisa has deployed me to do his work. I'm happy I'm doing his work.
Futhi angisho lutho. Nakhika. Wekhika uphukika.